Everyone. Welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council Business Meeting. Today is Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. It's approximately 9 a.m. We're in the John Netz Community Wing of City Hall. I'm calling this meeting to order. If you could, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and a short moment of silence. If you don't mind, keep my son Christian in your thoughts and prayers. He's got a kidney stone and it's not going well. If you have devices, please silence them at this time. Ms. Cook, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Norris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pontieri.
Present.
Councilmember Gambaro.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to begin today's proceedings with proclamations and presentations. First on the list is the proclamation Arbor Day on Palm Coast. If you're here representing Arbor Day, if you come up and stand with us at the dais, face everyone, you can come up here. We'll read the proclamation and then we'll give you the podium. Thank you, ma'am. City Manager.
Proclamation Arbor Day in Palm Coast. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource by giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that May 2nd, 2026 be declared Arbor Day in Palm Coast, and urges all of its citizens to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands and to plant trees which will promote the well-being of this and future generations. Signed this 21st day of April 2026, Michael Norris, Mayor.
You can have the podium.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm honored to accept the Arbor Day proclamation on behalf of the residents and staff. And for 21 consecutive years, our city has proudly held the Tree City USA designation. And that achievement reflects the commitment of our residents, our city leaders, and staff who truly value a thriving, healthy urban canopy. And this year is going to be no exception. We're excited to continue that tradition by celebrating Arbor Day on May 2nd from 9 to 1 in Central Park. We will feature, obviously, the free tree giveaway with food donations. We will have some wonderful vendors and entertainment, free paper shredding, and of course, the fan favorite, the native butterfly release, and also the walk-through butterfly tent. So thank you. I'm so grateful for everyone's support and for all the work that we do to protect and expand our urban forest. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone on the council like to say anything? Any comments? I really appreciate that. I will say the 2 trees that I got during the Christmas tree recycle are doing well. I got a mulberry tree. I'm eating mulberries off my mulberry tree, and I got a bald cypress that's actually sprouting now. So I encourage everyone to take advantage of Arbor Day. Come out, get you a tree and plant it, and help the community. So thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to our second proclamation. April is Autism Acceptance Month. If you're here to receive this proclamation, come forward to the dais. Have everybody come up. We want a group photo. We want everybody. Come on, Chloe, hurry up. They were picking Chloe up. She lives right across the street from me, and I'm like, I see the ladies outside with the van. I'm like, weren't you just at my house? Okay, city manager, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Proclamation, Autism Acceptance Month. Whereas autism is a spectrum condition that affects individuals differently, encompassing a wide range of strengths, abilities, and support needs across communication, behavior, and social interaction. And whereas autism is a lifelong developmental condition that impacts individuals and families across all communities, and current data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention indicate that approximately 1 in 31 children in the United States is identified with autism, reflecting its significant presence in our society. And whereas individuals on the autism spectrum bring unique talents, perspective, and contributions that enrich our community and strengthen the fabric of our society. And whereas individuals with autism may face challenges related to access to education, employment, healthcare, and community inclusion, underscoring the need for greater awareness, acceptance, and support. And whereas Autism Acceptance Month, observed in April, is an opportunity to promote understanding, celebrate neurodiversity, and foster a culture of belonging where all individuals are valued and respected. And whereas Cedar Bridge Foundation is dedicated to empowering individuals with autism and other developmental differences through advocacy, life skills development, and community-based programs that promote independence, confidence, and connection. And whereas building an inclusive community requires collaboration among families, caregivers, educators, employers, and community leaders to ensure that individuals on the autism spectrum are supported and given opportunities to thrive. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that the month of April 2026 be officially designated as Autism Acceptance Month in Palm Coast, and encourage all residents to recognize the strengths and contributions of individuals on the autism spectrum, promote acceptance, and support efforts that create a more inclusive and compassionate community for all. Signed, this 21st day of April 2026, Michael Norris, Mayor.
We'll get a picture and then we'll give the podium to you. Good? Great. The podium is yours, ladies.
Good morning, Mayor Norris and City Council members. My name is Terry Baker, and I stand before you today not just as a community member, but as a parent and an advocate and a co-founder of Cedar Bridge Foundation. April is Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month, a time that calls us to move beyond awareness and into understanding, inclusion, and action. Autism is not something that needs to be fixed. It is a different way of experiencing the world. Individuals with autism bring unique strengths, perspectives, and gifts to our communities. Yet too often they face barriers in employment and in education and in everyday social connection. As a parent of an exceptional needs adult, I have both seen the challenges and the incredible beauty that comes with the journey. I have seen determination, honesty, creativity, resilience in many ways, and that inspire me every single day. But acceptance means more than kind words. It means creating opportunities. It means opening doors for meaningful employment. It means building communities where individuals of all abilities feel seen, valued, and included, not just today, but every day. That's why we are proud to be hosting the first Autism Acceptance Walk and Run and Family Fun Day on April 25th at 9 a.m. at Veterans Park in Flagler Beach. This event is more than just a walk. It's about bringing community together to stand with individuals and families, to celebrate them, and to show that they are not alone. At Cedar Bridge Foundation, we believe in building those bridges, connecting individuals with opportunities, relationships, and purpose, because everyone deserves the chance to belong and contribute. So today, I ask each one of you, take a step beyond awareness, join us, choose acceptance, choose inclusion, choose to see ability over disability. Together we can create a community where differences are not just accepted, but celebrated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any comments from the council?
Thank you so much. Really, really honored that you all are a part of our community, and I'm really proud of our community for truly embracing such a wonderful, to your point, not just awareness, but actually putting things into action. I was very humbled and honored to present a proclamation to Vincent's Clubhouse this weekend. Saw many of you out there, so thank you for going to their jamboree. Just the amount of resources, just since I've been on this dais, that have come up in our city and made available to our autistic community is truly inspiring. So thank you for all that you all continue to do. Thank you to Cedar Bridge, and thank you to everybody else who continues to contribute in this way.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else in the council? When Chloe and her family moved here, and they were asking me about organizations that could help out, Terry was the first person I thought about, and I think I linked them up with you and Miss Virginia from this city. And Chloe didn't take any time to get you in a program, right, Chloe? You were pretty quick, and she's having a great time. I'm assuming you're still having a great time. So we have a strong community here that supports people with special conditions in our community, and I think we do a great job. So if anyone needs help, or reach out to someone in the community. Terry's a great resource. Miss Virginia's a great resource within the city. So if you need something, reach out and ask someone. And I appreciate you, Terry, very much. Thank you so much. We're moving on to our next proclamation. April is Volunteer Appreciation Month. Do we have people? There we go. Come on up. Good morning. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Proclamation Volunteer Appreciation Month. Whereas April is Florida Volunteer Month. This month was established as the official time to recognize and celebrate the efforts of volunteers at the local, state, and national levels. And whereas volunteers can connect with local community service experiences through hundreds of community service organizations, including Flagler Volunteer Services. And whereas volunteers address the most pressing challenge facing our cities, counties, and our nation, from educating students for the jobs of the 21st century and supporting veterans and military families to preserving the environment and helping communities recover from natural disasters. And whereas volunteering enhances the lives of volunteers, increases self-esteem and physical well-being, provides opportunities to learn new skills and abilities, and offers the chance to meet new friends and associates. And whereas nonprofits, charities, community and faith-based groups, schools, national service programs, and volunteer centers such as Flagler Volunteer Services have joined with state and local governments to celebrate and praise volunteers who have given tirelessly and selflessly to the service of others. And whereas volunteers are vital to our future as a caring and productive nation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that April 2026 be officially designated as Volunteer Appreciation Month, and encourage residents to acknowledge the positive impact volunteers achieve in our community as they dedicate themselves tirelessly and selflessly to make Palm Coast a loving place in which to live, work, and play. Signed this 21st day of April, 2026, Michael Norris, Mayor.
Thank you so much. My name is Susie Gamblain, and I'm the Executive Director of Flagler Volunteer Services. We provide volunteer support to local nonprofits and government agencies. I just wanted to share some statistics. You can't appreciate all that volunteers do unless you know what volunteers do. So last year, we had 1,391 volunteers that actively reported serving 79,299 hours throughout Flagler County. This is really the tip of the iceberg. Most volunteers do not do the work that they do for recognition, and they don't always report the things that they're out there doing to make a difference. But the value of what they have reported based on the independent sector is $2,758,812 in value for the volunteer service. Some of the many accomplishments that our agency has done, in addition to the support that we provide to other local nonprofits and organizations, we run some internal programs. We have our AmeriCorps Seniors RSVP program, where we had 480 volunteers over the age of 55 that served throughout the community. We have our Reading Pals program, which provides volunteer support through mentoring and tutoring to students that are struggling with their literacy skills. We had 72 volunteers that worked with 166 students in VPK through third grade. We have our Giving Store program, which is our holiday program. It is not meant to take the place of any other Christmas or holiday programs in the community that provide gifts for kids for them during the holidays, but instead it enhances it by allowing those children to also select gifts to give to their family members, teaching them the joy of giving. We hope that that leads to them becoming volunteers in their future, because volunteering is all about giving. We have our Blanketeers program, where we had 33 volunteers create 668 handmade, knitted, or crocheted items that we gave out to 21 locations to provide comfort and warmth to people that are going through some type of crisis, whether that's a teen mom or somebody going through hospice or chemo or dialysis. So a lot of different places receive those items. And then we also provide volunteer support to local special events and fundraisers for many different nonprofits. Last year, we assisted with 40 different special events in our community. So a tremendous amount of support given out to those organizations. One of the biggest things that our agency is very proud to be a part of is our emergency support services. We provide volunteer support before, during, and after any local disaster. Luckily, last year we didn't have any hurricanes coming through, but we were still doing a lot of activities. So we provide trainings to keep people resilient during times of disaster. We do 3 community emergency response team trainings each year. Those are 30-hour courses that are run partially by Flagler County Emergency Management, some by our staff, and then a huge volunteer base of trainers that work on those. We also had 15 other disaster-related workshops during the past year. We have a COAD group. It's called the Community Organizations Active in Disasters, where we get all those local organizations that are active during any disaster that affects our area to come together and stay in touch, so that when a disaster occurs, we all work seamlessly together. So we held regular meetings with our COAD group. We also received a Red Cross grant last year to support long-term recovery efforts for residents who are impacted by Hurricanes Helene and Milton. Amazingly enough, a lot of people don't realize that there are still quite a few residents out there that are struggling with home repairs, roofing, homes that have mold in them, all different variety of issues from Hurricane Helene and Milton, which were almost 2 years ago. We are actively working with those residents to try to get them back to a new normal. We also did last year a disaster preparedness breakfast and expo at the City of Palm Coast at the community center, where we provided out preparedness kits for local residents. We are getting ready to kick off this year's event, so I wanted to make sure that you were aware. Our event will be on May 15th. It's going to be at the Palm Coast Community Center. We will have speakers including Jonathan Lord from Emergency Management, Sheriff Staley, representatives from the Florida Emergency Management, a panel with all of our local fire chiefs, and West Chief Meteorologist Tony Manalfi, which we're pretty excited to have him at the event as well. So that is on May 15th. The doors open at 8 a.m., and we will have presentations beginning at 9 a.m., and it's again at the Palm Coast Community Center. So I just wanted to thank you all for all of your support of volunteers throughout Flagler County. They do amazing things. I can only give you a snippet when I'm here for just a couple minutes, but every day there's volunteers in all the local nonprofit organizations, all the government agencies that are making a big difference. And so we just wanted to appreciate them and thank them for all that they do, and we appreciate your support. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything from the council?
Just immense gratitude to you and everybody who volunteers. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I just, of course, thank you for all you do, and you've been coming before me for many, many years. It's up to 10 years now, but it reminded me of something personal, and that is, before my wife passed, she was heavily involved in the reading program, so thank you for that, and kind of let me think back about that a little bit, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. And our Citizens Academy alumni, they coordinate a lot of volunteer activities within the city, too, so that's another resource. Anything else from the council? Okay, we're moving on to our next proclamation, and I'm going to butcher this one. April as Sarcoidosis Awareness Month. City Manager, this is a hard one for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Proclamation, Sarcoidosis Awareness Month. Whereas sarcoidosis is a rare multi-organ inflammatory disease that can be debilitating and in some cases life-threatening, affecting an estimated 175,000 individuals across the United States with no known cause or cure and limited treatment options for chronic cases. And whereas the symptoms of sarcoidosis vary widely depending on the organs affected and may include severe fatigue, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, vision impairment, joint and muscle pain, neurological complications, skin condition, and mental health challenges such as anxiety and depression, significantly impacting quality of life. And whereas sarcoidosis can affect individuals of any age, race, or gender, but is most commonly diagnosed in adults between the ages of 30 and 50 and occurs at a higher rate among African Americans. And whereas sarcoidosis is often difficult to diagnose as there is no single definitive test, requiring extensive medical evaluation and ongoing care, which can place a significant emotional and financial burden on patients and their families. And whereas dedicated researchers, healthcare professionals, caregivers, and advocates continue to work toward improving diagnosis, treatment, and support for those affected while raising awareness and advancing research efforts to better understand this disease. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that the month of April 2026 be officially designated as Sarcoidosis Awareness Month, and encourage all residents to join in raising awareness and supporting those impacted by this condition. Signed this 21st day of April 2026, Michael Norris, Mayor.
Good morning, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. My name is Danielle Carlson. I am an individual living with sarcoidosis. I didn't know how to pronounce it either until I was diagnosed. In fact, I had never heard of it. I am also a volunteer with the Foundation for Sarcoidosis Research. Thank you for this meaningful proclamation recognizing Sarcoidosis Awareness Month. On behalf of those living with sarcoidosis, their families, and those who support them, I want to express sincere gratitude for bringing attention to a disease that too often goes unseen and misunderstood. Sarcoidosis is an inflammatory disease that can affect multiple organs in the body, most commonly the lungs, but also the heart, eyes, skin, and more. What makes it especially challenging is that the symptoms can widely vary from person to person. Some individuals experience chronic fatigue, persistent pain, or difficulty breathing, while others may go years without a clear diagnosis. For many, it is an invisible illness, one that doesn't always show on the outside, but deeply impacts daily life. Awareness matters because early recognition can lead to early diagnosis, better treatment options, and improved quality of life. It also matters because those living with sarcoidosis often face not just physical challenges, but emotional ones as well, navigating uncertainty, advocating for themselves in the healthcare system, and finding support in a world that may not fully understand what they're going through. This proclamation sends a powerful message that our community sees them, supports them, and stands with them. It helps spark conversations, encourages education, and reminds those affected that they are not alone. I also want to recognize the caregivers, healthcare professionals, and advocates who work tirelessly to support individuals with sarcoidosis. Their dedication makes a real difference every single day. As we observe this month, I encourage everyone to take a moment to learn more, share information, and show compassion. Sometimes awareness starts with something as simple as a conversation, and that conversation can change lives. Thank you again for your leadership and for helping shine a light on sarcoidosis.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything for the council? I'm sure Ms. Kershaw is going to have a post concerning it so we can make more people in the community aware. Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to our last proclamation, and it's April 25th, 2026 as Celebrate Trails Day. Who's receiving it? Amy, you're coming up. Close it to the center. City Manager, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Proclamation Celebrate Trails Day. Whereas Celebrate Trails Day is an annual event held on the fourth Saturday of April, encouraging people to explore their local trails and experience the many benefits of outdoor recreation. And whereas the Rails to Trails Conservancy, a national leader in trail, walking, and cycling advocacy, organizes this event to unite communities across the country, inspiring more than 20,000 participants to walk, bike, and connect with nature. And whereas Celebrate Trails Day highlights the many ways that trails and interconnected networks enhance lives, promoting physical and mental well-being, fostering community involvement, and creating opportunities for environmental stewardship. And whereas the City of Palm Coast is proud to partner with the Flagler County Tourism Development Office to organize local Celebrate Trails Day events, including guided walks, educational sessions on trail conservation, and opportunities to explore the area's diverse natural landscapes. And whereas Palm Coast's extensive network of more than 130 miles of trails and pathways connects parks, neighborhoods, and green spaces, providing residents and visitors with accessible opportunities for walking, biking, and outdoor adventure, while also supporting local tourism and showcasing the region's natural beauty, from scenic waterfronts to shaded forest trails. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that April 25th, 2026 be officially designated Celebrate Trails Day. Signed this 21st day of April 2026, Michael Norris, Mayor.
Accept it, James? This is the bill. Okay. The podium is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time and support today. We are very excited to welcome everybody out to Waterfront Park this Saturday. Starting at 11, we'll have educational activities like a butterfly release, a nature walk. Thank you to Carol, our urban forester, for providing those for us. We'll also have music, food trucks, arts and crafts, just a wonderful celebration of our trail system, not just here in the city of Palm Coast, but county-wide. We do want to thank and acknowledge our county partners here from the Flagler County TDC. We have Amy Lukasik and Deborah Morgan. Thank you for your support and collaboration on putting this event on, as well as other initiatives. Also want to give a shout out to our events team. We have Melinda, Erica, and Angelina here. They truly make the magic happen, not just with this event, but all of our community events, so thank you for your hard work as well. And also want to give a shout out to our Parks and Trails crew, who work incredibly hard day in and day out to keep our trails in tip-top shape. So thank you for their hard work. Some future exciting things are coming at Waterfront Park, which is the event location. We are currently under parking expansion, and soon to come a large covered picnic pavilion. So those are both made available by a FIND grant. Very excited to see those come to our beautiful Waterfront Park location. So just reiterate, hope to see you all out there Saturday at Waterfront Park to celebrate trails. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything for the council?
Got something.
Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight our trail system, not just in Palm Coast, but in Flagler County. It's really something that we have a lot more of than many other communities. And you know, if you haven't been through the trail system here, you should get out and take part, because we have quite a bit of it. And just again, to reiterate, Saturday, 11 a.m. for Celebrate Trails Day.
Thank you, sir. Anything else?
Just really proud of our city and our county for the wonderful job that we do on the trails. And just a little promotion here, the new map has been updated, and it's a really good tool, and it has a QR code. So if you don't want to carry around a paper map, you can actually snap the QR code and have it right in the palm of your hand. So thank you to our team and to the county team as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else? Yes.
Again, thank you. I agree with the comments so far. And just like me, our trail system will stand the test of time. Our trails will be here a long time into the future.
Councilman?
Yes, thank you to the entire Parks and Recreation team. I know it's going to be a wonderful event this weekend. If it wouldn't be for my daughter's wedding on Saturday, I'd be there. But best of luck to everybody and enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to move on to items D6, presentation year-to-date budget overview. Thank everyone that came out for the proclamations. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Gwen Ragsdale and Raylene Bowman, your finance team. We are here to present to you the year-to-date operating budgets for actual results through March 31st, 2026. We will be presenting revenues and expenditures for the operational funds. Our fiscal year runs from October 1st to September 30th. The numbers you will see today represent the first 6 months of the fiscal year. So from October 1st, 2025 to March 31st, 2026. We will also be reviewing the budget timeline. So we will start by reviewing the budgeted revenues for fiscal year 2026. We will start with the general fund. As you can see, our major revenue source for the general fund is ad valorem tax, and we collected approximately 94%, which is typical of our city at this time of year. The deadline for payment is April 1st, so we will be receiving additional distributions from the tax collector in the next couple months. The half-cent sales tax and communication service tax collected were for the first 4 months. We don't anticipate issues meeting these budgeted revenues as in previous years. We will continue to monitor the state revenues and update any projections as we move forward with the budget process. The state revenue sharing represents 6 months of distributions and is running right on target. Permits, fees, and assessments are at 51%. This category includes planning and zoning permit review fees, which are subject to volume, as well as franchise fees, both gas and solid waste. We will continue to monitor and adjust through the projections if needed through the budget process. The other taxes at 16% include business tax, where the renewals go out in July, so you will see the revenue catch up at that time. The other part is the state distribution for fire insurance, Section 175 pension plan. That doesn't happen until August, so these revenues will always catch up by the end of the year. Judgments, fines, and forfeitures included in this category includes code enforcement fines and administrative fees, hazardous tree removals, fire mitigation, and the Flagler County Sheriff's Office traffic fines issued. This category is also running a little behind target, but we will continue to monitor it as well. Interest income on short-term investments continues to be trending on the higher side. We are purposely conservative when budgeting since it's a volatile type of revenue. That is why you see such a large variance between your actual and your budgeted amount. Parks and recreation revenues, including the Palm Harbor Golf Course, Southern Recreation Center, and Aquatic Center are within the expected percentages. The Southern Rec Center has currently 1,104 active pickleball pass holders, 339 tennis active pass holders, and 75 combo passes. The Aquatic Center opened in April instead of February this year, so we should see an increase starting in the third quarter as well when the weather gets warmer and school is out. Other charges for services are at 39%. This includes the Town Center deputy reimbursement, the FDOT traffic signal maintenance, and quarterly mowing contract, as well as lien search fees. This category is running below target due to the timing for the second quarter FDOT invoice. The next category is internal service transfers, which includes the internal transfers that we record monthly, including water, wastewater, utility capital, stormwater, building, and a small portion for managing CDBG, IT, and fleet management. These revenues are the portion of administrative services in the general fund that provides services to the other departments. Paid in lieu of taxes is the annual transfer, so it's at 100%. Are there any questions about the general fund before we move on to the proprietary?
Any questions of the council? No, ma'am. Ms. Ragsdale, please continue.
Okay, so this is a look at our proprietary fund operating revenues. Water and wastewater charges for services are typically behind 4 to 6 weeks since utility billing is always for the previous month. The percentage collected is consistent with prior years, and we don't expect any issues. The same applies to solid waste charges and stormwater since these are attached to the utility bill. The building fund is at 42%. Building permits have decreased by 1,456 in the same time period as last year. The building official continues to monitor this as well as the fund balance. The IT enterprise fund is lower than budget, mainly due to the transfers from the capital projects fund for the $325,000 for the city facilities connections that has not happened yet. This completes our review of revenues. Before we move on to expenditures, do you have any questions on the operational revenue?
Any questions from the council?
I have a question. So going back to the previous slide, sorry, I'm a little loud, where we talk about permits, fees, and assessments, that does not include the fees charged, the permit fees that go into the building fund?
No.
Okay,
Building fund is a separate fund.
Right. The only reason I ask is because I had kind of the same question that you answered on the next slide about in terms of, where are we trending in terms of permits or COs? So what does this include then, if not that? I was just wondering why it's at 50% if we weren't having more permits pulled, but then those monies go into the building fund, so.
So the permit fees, that part includes the gas franchise fees, solid waste franchise fees. I mean, those are your two biggest one. Planning permits, stormwater residential site inspections, short-term rental fees.
Okay, so it may be a product of fuel prices or something like that, that we're over, because this is quarterly, right? So we're at 50% in the first quarter. Okay, I was just wondering why it was so high when my assumption was the permits were being lower, which you confirmed, but they were in a different fund. Thank you.
So this is actually the halfway mark.
Yes.
Because our fiscal year starts in
Yes.
October. Yeah, so to your point, I had a question kind of in line with this. So, because one of the things that you just said was that some of these, you mentioned stormwater, but I think stormwater is actually reflected in the next slide, because those are the ones that are attached to the utility bill, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what in stormwater is attached to stormwater
the one
permits?
is the residential site inspections.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then for the Information Technology Enterprise Fund, you mentioned a transfer. What is that, and when do those usually occur?
That is for the capital project. So I guess once I'll phone in for help on that one.
Is that what we just approved?
It's the $325,000 for the IT fiber.
Okay. You got two friends that you phoned. The cavalry.
I don't have the breakdown specifically, but we are running fiber to the news station 22, 26, and we were running some fiber at Bulldog to have some connectivity to City Hall here. So it's 3 projects. I don't remember the breakdown.
Okay, so those aren't necessarily coming out of the IT fund, and that's why we're doing the interfund transfers. Got it. And
Correct.
what time of year, Ms. Alves, does that usually occur?
So for projects, we transfer after the project expenditures have been recognized. So we typically try to do them in the middle of the summer, so we have a good idea of what projects have been completed and what can go ahead and be transferred. If they're monthly transfers for charges, the ones that Gwen reviewed earlier, we do those on a monthly basis because it's 1/12.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
This is just me personally. I always like to see totals, so I would like to have seen total up all the expenditures, what was here last year at this point in time. So to give an overview of how we're doing, like totals in each column, separately for the 2 slides, but totals for each one. That's just me. I don't know. I like to have general numbers that are easy to pull up instead of going to everyone individually. But I appreciate all the information.
Any further questions? Ms. Ragsdale, please.
Okay, I will now turn it over to Raylene, and she will go through the year-to-date expenses.
We are 6 months into the fiscal year and expect to be under or at 50% of our budget to actuals for the operations funds. City administration and department directors meet quarterly to review budget results. The total budget for administration and finance for fiscal year 2026 is $8 million, and the total expended to date is approximately $3.6 million. So approximately 44% has been expended. We don't anticipate any budgetary issues at this point, although there are some timing issues created by some subscriptions that are paid for at certain points in the fiscal year and the timing of hiring staff. There are contracted and professional services that are either paid earlier in the fiscal year or will occur later in the fiscal year. All budgets should even out by the end of the fiscal year.
Just on that slide, you do total on that one, and I would appreciate totals on the first 2 the same way.
Okay, noted.
Community development has a total budget for fiscal year 2026 of $12 million. The total expended to date is approximately $5 million, so approximately 40% has been expended. The building fund is at 39% due to professional and contracted services expenses that will occur in the second half of the year. While revenues have decreased, the department is taking steps to decrease their current expenditures by not filling the vacant inspector positions until they see an increase in revenue. Public safety includes the fire department and the enhanced law enforcement services contract with the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, which has a total budget of $27 million for fiscal year 2026. The total expended to date is $13 million, approximately 50%. The Flagler County Sheriff's Office is for 7 payments to include April. Parks and Recreation, which includes the golf course, the Southern Rec Center, the Aquatic Center, and Parks Maintenance, has a total budget for fiscal year 2026 of $10 million. The total expenditure to date is approximately $4.3 million, so approximately 42% has been expended. These percentages fall into expected levels. The Public Works Department has a total budget for fiscal year 2026 of $41.5 million. The total expenditure to date is approximately $20 million, so approximately 52% has been expended. The Fleet Management budget includes $4.7 million of capital purchases. We have received $4 million in fiscal year 2026 and only have $463,000 of assets that have not been received. As you can see from last year's percentage, at this time the supply chain has improved. The water and
Ma'am, could you go back, please? On the capital outlay, is that mainly the mock?
The capital outlay, that's your fleet, your white fleet, your equipment.
Okay, so separate from the mock?
Correct.
Okay, so the purchases that we made, that we budgeted for new vehicles, that kind of stuff. Okay, thank you.
The water and wastewater total budget for fiscal year 2026 is $88 million. The total expended to date is approximately $40 million, so approximately 46% has been expended. This department includes the administration division and the wastewater division. These percentages are all in line with the water division at 39% due to water meter installs being lower than this time last year by 477, and the non-departmental at the 50% mark, since it includes debt service payments of $7.7 million that are made in the first quarter, as well as the transfer to utility capital projects for renewal and replacement of $14.5 million and paid in lieu of taxes of $1.1 million. We have noted to split debt service as a separate line for the upcoming fiscal year 2027 budget presentations as requested by council last year. We will continue to Stormwater and Engineering Department. They have a total budget for fiscal year 2026 of $21.9 million. The total expended to date is approximately $7 million, so approximately 33% has been expended. This is operational only and does not include any capital projects. A transfer of $2.5 million to the Capital Projects Fund for the Maintenance Operation Complex has not been done as of this presentation compared to the timing of last year's transfer. Lastly, we will end with information technology. The department has a total budget for fiscal year 2026 of $8.4 million. The total expended to date is approximately $3.9 million, so approximately 35% has been expended. Internal services are at 55% due to yearly subscriptions that are purchased at the beginning of the year.
Are there any questions on?
Any questions from the council?
I have a few, thank you. Well, first of all, I appreciate in building that we're holding off on another inspector until we see that permits go back up, because even though I know it doesn't feel like it to a lot of people, construction has slowed. We haven't seen nearly as many permits, COs, et cetera. So I appreciate us being fiscally responsible that way and making sure that we're not hiring if we don't absolutely need it. The questions I had for fleet revenues, when we sell assets, are those reflected as a revenue, or do we just apply them as a set off to the expenses? And if they are reflected as a revenue, where can we see that?
Those are a revenue account. It's an auction proceeds,
Okay.
so it will be in that line item. We
So-
don't have it spelled out in detail, but it's part of their revenue.
Okay, so when we're going through in a few months, when we're going through Public Works' budget, we'll actually see that as a separate line item. But
Yes.
at high level, where is that reflected in this right now? Do we have it
We
reflected?
didn't show the revenue side of the fleet fund. We only showed the expenditure side.
Right, but it's still general
So
fund.
it's in,
That's what I was looking for too. We didn't get like a Public Works breakdown for revenue, which I assume is those and transfers mostly.
So yeah, I'm just looking for like which high-level bucket it's in right now.
Okay, so for the internal services funds, because they're comprised of transfers from all the other funds, we didn't present the revenue separately, right? So we went over and covered the expenditures. It is not part of the general fund, it's part of the fleet fund. So the revenue is comprised of transfers from all the different funds, transfer for maintenance, right? A transfer for replacement, and any auction proceeds and any interest income are the 4 revenue sources that you'll see in your fleet fund.
Okay, so you just mentioned internal services transfer. So is it reflected in that now or no?
So the transfers out from the departments are reflected in their expenditure budgets. So yes, you're seeing them here on their expense side. What you're not seeing is the revenue in fleet because it is transfers. We didn't show it as a separate slide. But as we go through the budget process, we certainly go over all the revenues in detail. Yep.
Okay. And then my last question, I would like consensus if we could. I know every year the different funds make a transfer for the mock essentially.
That is
And I
correct.
think you referenced it very briefly. I would like to see what we're anticipating those transfers to be in each department, and B, if any of the departments are coming under budget, if they anticipate then transferring more money to the mock. I would like to see that separated out so that we can get a picture of all monies being transferred to the Maintenance Operations Center for this year's
Absolutely.
budget. Is everybody in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, definitely.
Any other questions of the council? Ms. Ragsdale, you can continue.
okay, so we will now go over some highlights in the budget timeline. So our next presentation will be on June 9th on property tax overview and trim. Then July starts our budget workshops and the adoption of the maximum millage rate. August will be our capital budgets and the final proposed budget. And then in September, we will hold our 2 public hearings. So we want to remind the public where they can find all of our budget information. As in previous years, we have set up the fiscal year 2027 budget preparation link on the city's website. This is where we will post all of our presentations and any supporting documentation as we move through the budget process. This completes our presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments from the council?
No, I just wanted to highlight that link for the public out there. That's a great resource if you have any questions about this process and the numbers and the presentations that are presented to council. It'll all be there. I believe we also do YouTube links of the presentations. Is that correct? Maybe Brittany?
I think
I'm not-
Brittany includes it on her news releases.
Okay, yeah, so there'll be the actual meetings as well that you can go view, as well as on our YouTube channel, they're always there. But that's a great resource for anybody that has any questions about how this process works or what we're working through to get to the final budget.
Thank you, sir. Anything else from the council? Yes, sir.
Just to emphasize the importance to the council of the budget process and our responsibility for that, probably number one when you look at what we're supposed to do up here.
Thank you, sir. Anything else? Thank you, Ms. Ragsdale, Ms. Helena. We're moving on to item E, public participation. This is our first public participation for this meeting. We'll allot 30 minutes. Please refrain from any defamatory comments, but if you have general items that are not on the agenda, you can speak now. So if you have a public comment, please come forward. Yes, sir.
Jeff Adams, Palm Coast. I want to I've always been taught if you have the right to complain, you have the obligation to compliment. And I want to fulfill that obligation now. I had the opportunity to go to a meet and greet with the city manager and Brittany a few weeks ago. That was received extremely well by the general public because they were able to actually, talk to the people as opposed to what this format does, which is simply commentary. That tends to lead to a lot of complaints out in the parking lot that they don't feel like they really got any true participation. I would recommend, or as I was always taught, if you don't just give me a problem, bring me a solution. In this case, I would give you a recommendation that the 5 of you, possibly even the city attorney, have maybe a 30-minute meeting prior to these individually so people can actually talk to you, get response back immediately. Now, I do realize that the mayor will task Brittany to follow up on certain things. I have participated in some of that. My experience is it's about a 50-50. What you get back from the city is half useful and half not. But if I had the opportunity to talk directly to the people who are presenting something like we did with the city manager, that would be more beneficial. And I think it would be time well spent by all 5 of you. Just give a half hour individually before this meeting. You got no extra time into it, and it might prevent people from tarring and feathering you as you go out the door. So that's just my opinion. So I hope you can take this as a very positive thing for the city manager and Brittany. I can't remember her last name, sorry. But any rate, that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Crystal Nelson. I am concerned about this AI data center and this overseas cable thing. I don't know if you are aware of this, but these are going to be used for surveillance on the population. This comes from the World Economic Forum and globalist organizations. It includes the heads of corporations that control our food, our fuel, our educational system, just about everything. What these will be used for is complete totalitarian control over people. Just like China, and unless you've been living under a rock, you know that we have a severe communism problem in this country. What you'll end up with is a social credit score. If you do not do what they want you to, they will cut off your money. They have written books about it. The World Economic Forum has the COVID-19, the Great Reset. They're quite open about their intentions. And if you're not paying attention, you're going to end up really screwing people over. If they feel like you drive too much, they'll cut your money off. If you use too much electricity, they'll cut your money off. You use too much water, they'll cut your money off. This is what you may have probably unknowing agreed to. We end up paying for it. We've got communities that are rising up against this, and they're winning. We are made to conserve water. These things use up to 15 million gallons of water a day. The electricity that they use is incredible, and if you think that they are going to pay for that, you're wrong. It has been coming down. Citizens are reporting, and these are going up all over the country. So don't think that we're special. They're everywhere. And people are reporting that their electric bills have doubled, their water bills have doubled. The noise from it is incredible. It's affecting the neighborhoods around these things. I don't know who shoved this down our throats. I have no idea which one of you did this. But this is something that I am extremely concerned about, along with a lot of other citizens. Now, you each signed an oath of office, is that correct, when you were elected? I'd like to see copies of your oaths of office. And I emailed you, Mayor Norris, about this and then did not get a response. I would like to see that, because we're finding out that a lot of public officials did not sign an oath of office. So I would like to see that. And if you could respond to my email with copies of all of your oaths of office, I would appreciate it. Because if this project keeps going on, I will be forced to get an attorney and possibly start a class action lawsuit, because I will not live like a slave.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Your time's expired.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Kirk Whittington. I had the privilege and the pleasure recently of attending a presentation by Sheriff Staley. It was incredible, fantastic. I just want to read you a copy of a letter I sent to him, and thanks for that. Thank you for the fantastic presentation I attended about your department. I learned so much. It was informative and entertaining. Of all the information you offered, I was most impressed with what you accomplished for guests at the Green Roof Inn. For people that don't know what that is, that's what he calls a jail. You offer vocational training for those that seek a different path in life. And equally important, you have partnered with the Humane Society so that some may learn the nature of nurturing by raising newborn kittens, an onerous task that requires feeding every 2 hours. The equipment that you showed, too, very impressive, especially when you mentioned how some of those were a donation from drug dealers. The end of the meeting, however, provided the most entertainment when a woman asked you about participating in a ride-along. Like everyone else, you thought she meant in a cruiser, and as you explained the challenges in doing that, she pointed to the screen showing the new Flagler helicopter, and she said, "I mean a ride-along in that." Laughter ensued. Maybe one day. I close with a quote from 19th century naval officer Alfred Thayer Mahan. "Organized force alone enable the quiet and the weak to go about their business and to sleep securely in their beds, safe from the violent without and within. Thanks to you and your staff for being our protectors." Expand on that a little bit. Perception is reality for all of us. My perception of Palm Coast is it's a very safe city. The sheriff had statistics which prove that. An independent and analytical organization rated Palm Coast the second safest city in Florida. And he said that we also made the list of the top 30 safest cities of our size in the nation. That's extremely important. I think a lot of people appreciate that. So I'd ask in the future, maybe you would consider any budget requests that the sheriff has, grant them unless they're just extremely outrageous. He said he's going to need about 12 more deputies. As the city expands west to US 1, he's considering putting a satellite office out there for better response times. Please give the sheriff whatever you can. On that, a little different, but a similar one. The last time I spoke to you, you were discussing about reducing the speed limit in residential areas from 30 to 25. It reminded me of something, I don't know how I can remember these things. 40 years ago, I read an article in the newspaper. Back then, that's what we had. We didn't have phones. The newspaper article was about a sheriff in a small town that had a highway going through town where people were speeding. And there just wasn't much he could do about it. He didn't have the deputies. He didn't have the time, the energy. About the time.
You got a couple more seconds. Finish up your story.
He put a police cruiser out there in the median. A lot of times you'll see that. It's just empty. He even put a mannequin in it. He put a cap on top of the mannequin. So the people from around the town invariably would come over and they do like I would do when I see that. They have some colorful metaphors and they immediately stop speeding. Some kids in town apparently knew about this, so they went on and they put a for sale sign in the front of the cruiser. The sheriff, being what I think somebody like Sheriff Staley did, was not to be outdone by these kids. He put an ad in the paper For sale, police cruiser, low mileage, well-maintained. And they extolled the virtues of the back seat. Plastic seat, easy to clean for those of you traveling with children. Doors can only be opened from the outside. And the best part of all is there's a cage between the back and the front seat. I think Sheriff Staley's like that. I see in the man, he has a very wry sense of humor. Thanks to all of you, City Manager, Vice Mayor, Ms. Kershaw, for attending the meeting. Assistant City Manager, the presentation. It was a good presentation. Next time anybody can go and see it, do so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir, Mr. Webb.
Good morning, Council. Mark Webb, Palm Coast. As some of you know, I have tried to attend a lot of these meetings, and I recommend them to YouTube, but I get a lot of feedback from citizens throughout the week. So I wanted to bring up and put for you some comments that were made. In the last Tuesday's workshop meeting, during, I believe it was within the conversation, affordable duplex homes, there were some comments made by the mayor and the vice mayor that confused a lot of citizens. And what was alluded to was the city believes that the price of homes in Palm Coast are too high and they need to come down. Now, for someone trying to move into the city, that's an exciting time. Let's see it drop. For the people that live here, that vote, that pay their taxes, for many of us, me included, 95% of my wealth and value, generation wealth, is my home. So I was approached by numerous citizens, retirees, that were concerned that the city is taking steps forward to try to reduce the value and cost of homes in Palm Coast. So it's important that I bring that for your discussion to clarify and explain that 93% of our revenue comes from ad valorem taxes of properties. Properties go down, as we saw in earlier cycles, can impact our budget. Yes, I would love to have homes available for people to afford to move them in. But I also understand that the home is the biggest single asset that most people have, which is the reason we want affordable homes, right? Is to give people the chance to buy a home, move out of rent, and start to make profit and value. So sometimes those statements may have been confused. So I was asked to come up, present that to the council to clarify that the citizens of this city need to understand that their assets, their values are important and critical to the future. As we saw today in the presentation, permitting's down. You guys know I'm in the process of selling my home. I cannot compete with the builders that are offering, we're going to pay you down. We're going to give you 4% interest when it's 6.5%. I can't compete with any of that. These builders, they're not even building homes anymore because of the economics. So I just wanted to present that for clarification. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Amaral.
Good morning, Tony Amaral, Palm Coast. First, I want to compliment staff and you guys for having the initiative to getting the agendas, the full agendas out, like we have been on the website. I would ask that we get them out earlier. These are only coming out on Friday. This packet is 557 pages. It comes out Friday afternoon. Those who are interested, not everyone is as crazy as I am apparently, but you know, we have proms and soccer games and 5Ks and all that other fun stuff. So if we can get them, because I'm hoping you guys are getting them earlier than Friday before the meeting. So it is available, so I would like to see that happen a little bit earlier. Next subject would be February of last year, the first article came out on the Observer about Project Magellan. I know there is a non-disclosure agreement that is valid for 12 months per statute 288.075. So I'd like to get at least confirmation from Mr. Duffy that that time has expired. I understand also that that statute allows for a 12-month extension of said non-disclosure, but it has to be filed and approved. So if we can get a confirmation or denial if that's been done. I think it's time. This was touted as this big project that was going to make Palm Coast grow, and it was going to be this flourishing issue, and it's going to be on the west side, it's going to be an anchor. It just has been silent now. So I would like to see, this is not my first time asking about it, but I think I was off by like 3 days the last time I asked about it, so I give you an extra 2 months to think about that one. So I would like to see something happen, maybe a workshop, if available, again, depending on the non-disclosure time frame. The other thing is I'm still stuck on last week's workshop during the community, the CIP, capital improvement projects, still showing a 70% plus increase in transportation impact fees for 1 year. None of the other impact fees showed anything significantly close to that. Parks, I can understand if it's not commercial based, but the fire should have gone up. And those were the three that were talked about during the project. So basically, I just want to make sure we're setting ourselves up for failure to schedule projects that will use transportation impact fees, funds, of close to $6 million that you actually show an increase to, and just make sure that we're not setting ourselves up for failure, that we're projecting these projects, we think we have the money, but it was a calculating error that gave us $6.5 million to carry over that we don't have. And that's all. I know it'll come up during your, when it comes up on the agenda, but I just want to make sure we look at those numbers and verify. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. City Manager, you have any follow-ups?
We work with staff through the various ones. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything for the council?
Yeah, I got a couple, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the resident that was concerned about the data center, so my understanding of this is it's not a typical data center. This is more of a landing for the cable that's coming across. It's not huge by any means. It's actually much smaller than what a typical data center would be. The water usage it's a closed loop system, so it's a one-time usage for that. So it doesn't use the water that these other types of data centers use. And then also, my understanding is that the state also passed a law in the state of Florida that you cannot the power companies cannot socialize the cost associated with data centers in terms of the power usage with the rest of us as consumers. So they have to have a separate bucket for that and charge them the appropriate rates if it requires high usage. So just to clarify some of those concerns, I've seen them out there on the internet, and I know some people are out there also on social media trying to correct based on the public information that we put out about that project. So just want to clarify that. Mr. Webb, I think the confusion that you mentioned, and you're touching on, the challenges associated with managing these things, right? So on one hand, we reduce your tax rate and your property values go up, which is a good thing for your equity, but now you pay more taxes, right? On the other hand, making affordable housing so people have entry-level houses to move into is important as well. So it's a balance, right, that probably is going to change over time, as those ebb and flow. So, and then Marcus, in terms of the Magellan, can you let us know where that stands?
Let me get with our economic development department, but I understand that has expired. But to my knowledge, we don't have any records that would comply with that. It's just a regular NDA. So I would need to get with our economic development and confirm all that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarifications on the cable landing station. If we could, and I don't know if maybe we've already done this, but if we could get maybe a fact versus fiction, a little something for the residents to maybe put on our Facebook page, I think that would be really helpful for people. I know we put out information previously, but maybe just a refresher, because I will say, knocking doors, I get this question a lot. So I think it would be helpful. We last year, this council, and I think the year before, did town halls. So to your comments, sir, about making ourselves available, I'm happy to do that again this year. I don't know if there's interest from the council. I think they've been pretty successful. So if staff wants to go ahead and schedule a town hall for me, I'm happy to do that. I think that they are helpful. I think that public officials should do at least one, ideally two, in a fiscal year. So I appreciate the comment. I appreciate the reminder, because I think we forget about some of the things that we've been doing just because we've been doing them, but it's now April and I haven't seen anything come across my calendar to get one scheduled. So happy to make myself available for that. I'm not going to comment on transportation impact fees due to the ongoing lawsuit, but there is a reason you're seeing what you're seeing in the budgets. So maybe get with staff directly on that, Mr. Amaral. Lastly, on the high price of homes versus, I don't know where the communication ever indicated that we were trying to drive down home prices. That's definitely not the case. I think the messaging, I own a home. We all own homes here, so we obviously don't want to drive down home prices. It's only better for a community when your prices stabilize. But I think what we've all tried to indicate is that we need a diversity of housing products so that we can provide housing for entry-level workers, students who are going to school, our first responders, our teachers, our nurses, those in the community that we absolutely need, but that maybe cannot afford a $500,000, $600,000 home, which a lot of us have on the infill lots. So as we look to ensure we're measuring our growth so that we're keeping up with our infrastructure, we're also looking at the best products that our community needs. And when we look at, we just got sent a housing assessment actually that very clearly laid out what our community needs. So council should be aware of that. And I don't think any of us have any interest in driving down home prices for our current residents. It's a matter of providing a diversity of housing products so that people who work here can also live here.
Thank you. Anything else? Yes, sir.
Yes, just on the comment on the DC block, we did put out this 4-page brochure concerning it that kind of covers the questions, but it probably makes sense to do maybe a shorter version of that, updated with emphasis on the impact here locally. But anyway, this is already available, and so we've got that out. And on the town halls, I agree. I'm the short-termer here on the council, but I did do a town hall last year, and I'm happy to do another one that was successful. And so I agree. Communication with individuals in person a lot of times does solve some problems. That's it.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor.
I'm happy to do a town hall as well, and I think we all went through the rounds, right? So I thought they were helpful. With regards to Project Magellan, and I would also say Synergy Sports, I would just, for what it's worth, as we look to but have a discussion about the MPD going forward, the messaging on that is going to be critical on how I think Project Magellan and Synergy Sports turns out. I would say that they're probably spooked by some of the comments that come from our dais, and I think we all have our opinions on the way forward on the MPD, but I just think how we move forward on that is going to determine whether or not Project Magellan and Synergy Sports proceeds as an economic driver for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, just to follow up, I pushed to put out that information about the landing station because it is a closed loop system. Now, we can speculate on what that's going to entail and how that operates, but it's not millions and millions of gallons as that lady portrayed it. And there is issues going on, but it is the future. There's no stopping it. AI is a thing of the future. I'm finding myself using it more and more every day. I don't want to, but it's that rapid flow of information. All the data. We had this conversation yesterday, me and the city manager and the attorney, about finding things when you're searching for things, and I equated it to like fire direction in the Army because I was a field artillery officer, and with computers it's garbage in, garbage out. There's a difference. In field artillery, if you make a mistake with big met or little met, you could have some issues. So It's a thing of the future. I think we're doing the right thing. It's a cable landing station. It's not a energy sucking as these supercomputers and all that stuff. So it's a landing station for the flow of information from overseas to the United States. And our comments on housing, I know my thing is we have more units coming online. We're about to have a discussion about, different varieties of housing. It's more units coming online. And one thing for like starter homes, like the townhouses up on the trails at the north end of the city, I looked through Zillow and looked at the prices on those. When they first came online, those things were going right around $300,000. They've dropped. So some people are moving out of there losing money on those townhouses because they're down to like $250,000. Well, that's great, getting someone back to that affordable price range because I know our first house here was $205,000, and that was a stretch for me and my family at the time. So it's about a diversity of housing and different types of housing coming online to include apartments, townhouses, condos, all those. So it's not specifically single-family homes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Also, another little infrastructure piece on the data station, the DC Block / Google. We've already talked about the water consumption being a closed loop system, and as well the power equivalent, is that similar to what a hospital would entail as far as usage goes? So not outside the norm, given the work that's being done.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think that's all my comments. Project Magellan, Marcus covered that, and we're going to move on. We're going to move on to our ordinances of the first read. Oh, I'm sorry. Minutes first. We have minutes to approve from the April 7th business meeting and April 14th workshop meeting. Do we have any amendments or alibis on those minutes?
Move approval of the minutes.
Second.
We got a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ms. Cook, you're good? All right, thank you. I'm sorry. Now we're moving on to ordinance of the first read. Ordinance 2026-XX, repealing and replacing Chapter 2, Article 1, Division 3 of the City of Palm Coast Code of Ordinances. Okay.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Natalie Garcia. I'm the Senior Contracts and Procurement Coordinator, and I'm presenting the proposed updates to the procurement ordinance. These amendments are intended to improve efficiency, clarify procedures, and align purchasing practices with current operational needs. Section 223, definitions. A new definition section has been added to the ordinance. This section standardizes key procurement terms such as invitation to bid, request for proposals, and request for statement of qualifications. This change improves consistency, transparency, and interpretation across all procurement activities. So slide 3, section 224, quotes and formal solicitations. This ordinance increases purchasing thresholds as follows. Informal quotes shall be increased to 3,000 to 9,000 and shall require 1 or more written quotes, and 10,000 to 49,000, which shall require 2 or more written quotes. The formal request for quotes threshold shall be increased to 50,000 and 99,999 and shall still require 2 or more written quotes as well as posting on the city procurement portal. Formal sealed competitive solicitations shall be for purchases 100,000 and above. These changes reduce the number of procurements requiring formal competitive solicitations while still maintaining appropriate controls. Subsection G has been removed. Removal of this subsection is intended to eliminate redundancy, reduce confusion, and ensure that all procurement, including utility projects, are governed consistently by the city's procurement ordinance and applicable state requirements. Blanket purchase orders are now clearly defined, with management being at the department level for ongoing operational needs that shall not exceed 10,000. The ordinance now formally authorizes participation in cooperative purchasing programs. Key components include the ability to participate in joint solicitations with other governmental entities, designation of a lead agency to manage the solicitation process, and authority for the city manager to approve participation. The ordinance now strengthens sole source procurement requirements by defining the posting requirement of 15 days. This list of exemptions from competitive procurement has been updated and clarified with additions including government entity purchases, accident insurance reimbursement, purchase of real property, including closing services, legal services, and training and education services and conferences. Approval authority has been updated as follows. Deputy Director approval authority is now for purchases less than or equal to $9,999.99. City Department Head approval authority has increased from $30,000 to $50,000. City Manager approval authority has increased from $49,999 to $99,999. City Council approval authority has increased from $50,000 to $100,000. These changes allow for more efficient processing of routing purchases while preserving oversight for higher value procurements. Section 227, suspension and debarment. This section establishes a formal process and authority for excluding non-responsible vendors from city procurements to protect the city's best interest. The overall purpose of this section is to ensure that only responsible, qualified, and compliant vendors are eligible to conduct business with the city while providing procedural fairness and alignment with federal requirements. Grounds for suspension or permanent debarment include conviction of or civil judgment for fraud, theft, embezzlement, bribery, and any other offense indicating a lack of business integrity or honesty that affects responsibility as a city contractor, violation of any federal, state, or local laws, collusion with another vendor or contractor in submission of a bid or proposal, failure to perform in accordance with the terms, conditions, and/or specifications of a contract with the city, and any other cause so serious or compelling as to affect the present responsibility of the vendor or contractor. The section clearly defines suspension as a temporary period of not to exceed 2 years unless extended for good cause. Suspension may occur pending the completion of an investigation when there is probable cause to believe that grounds for suspension exist. A suspended vendor shall not be eligible to submit bids, proposals, or quotes, or be awarded a city contract during the period of suspension unless the city determines there is a compelling reason to do so. Permanent debarment is defined as a long-term ban. Permanent debarment may be imposed for serious violations, including contract default or criminal conviction related to business integrity or public contracting. Debarred vendors are excluded from city procurements for the duration of the debarment. Section 229, intent to award and award protest procedures. The administrative bid protest responsibility has been updated. The responsibility has shifted from the financial services director to the deputy city manager or designee. The procedures remain consistent with defined timelines and appeal steps. This shift in responsibility applies to notice of intent to award protests, protest determinations, and appeal bond determinations. These are our next steps. This concludes our presentation. Based on feedback provided during this first reading, staff will incorporate any council-directed revisions as applicable, coordinate with the city attorney to finalize ordinance language, and prepare the ordinance for placement on the agenda for the second read on May 5th, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the council?
First, when was the previous policy ordinance put into existence with those monetary thresholds? Do we know?
2021.
Okay. So I know we had, I guess tentatively until the actual vote, agreed to, under the informal quotes, go to $49,999. I still don't feel great about that. So not this slide. I don't have any issues with that one. Yeah, this slide. Thank you so much. So in the first column, informal quotes, because they're informal, because they're not on the procurement portal, I still feel that threshold should be lower. I still feel it should be at the $29,999 mark. I know we have to get 2 or more quotes still, but I just think in the interest of transparency, making sure we're getting the best deal, so to speak, for our taxpayers, that threshold should be lowered. To your point, this was only entered 4 years ago. It's not like it was 10, 15 years ago, like some of the things that we've been updating monetarily to kind of get with the times. So that's just my position on that, and obviously happy to hear what my colleagues have to say about that. But as to the ordinance itself, I had a couple of things that raised some red flags for me. The local preference, so I'm trying to find it here, sorry. Do we remember what section local preference was?
Section 2-30.
Okay, thank you. How did we come up with those threshold amounts? So the percentages that we can look at, so it says local business preference amounts and limits are as follows. Do we know how we came up with those, if those are standard?
So in my research, when I was reviewing this with procurement, that was standard from other municipalities. That was drafted way back in, I don't think prior to 2018, actually. But that was standard practice.
Yeah, this is non-red line, right? So this is in the existing ordinance.
Yeah, this is in the existing ordinance. And I figure since we're here, we might as well talk about it.
No, for sure.
Because, it says the preference amount, 5% of the net quote or bid price up to $200,000. I don't know how everybody feels about that. I've talked to local business owners, and this will kind of dovetail into some of the other questions and issues I had, and I just don't know if that's enough. I mean, Marcus, if you're saying it's standard, then we obviously take your word for that. But I didn't research any other ordinances in other localities, so I don't know, but wanted to see what everybody felt about those figures and whether or not you all have any knowledge as to what is standard.
Is your question whether we should raise that?
Yeah.
To give more preference to local businesses?
If we can, I don't even know if legally we can, to be honest with you. I think we can.
Before we start that, Ms. Garcia, do you have any stats, like, based on our current policy, how many people use our local preference? Like, I know you don't have it in front of you, but maybe off of a ballpark top of your head, because will it change anything is what I'm looking at.
We conducted research, and I think it was one local preference vendor in the last 5 years, I believe. I could pull those numbers though.
That surprises me. It's really surprising. I mean, again, I don't doubt what you're saying. It just surprises me.
I mean, we awarded some, but those were the only ones that bid.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
So
and
they
I've-
got the local preference because
But it was
that
relevant.
was it.
Sure, okay.
And so, I haven't read this entire section. Is there specifics? It's up to $200,000 for the contract. So once it's over that, then there's no local preference, correct, in the current ordinance?
I think there were different sections, so.
3% above 200,000.
It's a 5% net quote bid up to 200,000. So it's there's a threshold. So it's like max, no matter what the price is, you're only going to get a max. So even if it's like $5 million, you hit a certain mark where you're not going to get more than a certain percentage once it gets over 200.
Right. Just based on that feedback, that there's been very few, though I perceive that there are some local companies that we do have on projects. So I don't know if they just didn't, because of these thresholds, didn't receive a preference.
Or they might not have, like they said, they might not have had to use local preference.
Because they were the only respondent to the bid process.
They also have to claim local preference.
Okay, so they have to ask for it as well. Okay.
It's a part of the packet.
Yeah, part of the packet, you have to check the box. I believe when my firm applied for this position, we claimed local preference because we have an office in Flagler Beach.
Okay, so I may have perceived local companies winning bids, but they didn't actually ask for the preference. Okay, that makes more sense to me because I know, in construction, we have some local companies that help with projects here. And then I think one of the bids, and I don't know if they claim local preference or didn't need it because they were the only one, was I think sod out west, a company, local that provides sod. So in terms of the question, do we need to, if it's not being claimed that often, then maybe we do. I just also want to be very careful about that because we don't want a perception of we know somebody or somebody on staff knows somebody,
Yeah.
And in that way, we're giving preference in those ways as well. So, we have to make sure that that's not happening or there is no opportunity for that to happen, so to speak.
Yeah, I think, when I look at the economics of, the benefits of giving local preference, there's a lot of residual benefits to keeping the dollars in our community, right? It's not just giving a local business the business, it's money that is being earned here, spent here,
multiplier,
taxes. Yeah, it really is. So there's both passive and active benefits to us. So, if it appears to be somewhat of a non-issue right now, I don't think we change it, but I do think that maybe just council be eyes and ears if we're getting feedback that local businesses are feeling like these thresholds are off. Maybe it's something we readdress. But if it doesn't appear to be an issue to procurement now, then I don't think we rock that boat. I had a question under section 2-25 exemptions to quotes.
Yes.
Informal solicitation. Under E3, there's a sole source. It says purchases of goods and/or services from a sole source are exempt from competitive requirements upon written approval of the city manager or designee and other appropriate city personnel within their expenditure. When we say within their expenditure, is that what we're talking about changing today? Okay, so if they're not within their expenditure, then they still cannot override this with written approval.
Correct.
Want to confirm that, okay. The section 2-26 approval requirements, under B2, it says any purchases of goods and services excluding capital purchases pursuant to contracts and bid awards, piggybacking awards, and sole source awards approved by City Council and set out in the annual budget as adopted by the City Council. This to me is just really broad because it says the city manager or designee shall have approval authority as follows. So when we're talking about City Council approving something, in other words, if we're looking very high level and we generally approve an overall budget for a department, could that then fall under this threshold? That's my concern. So I don't think there should be another qualifier. If we're coming up with certain thresholds for each, that we just looked at, so between the last slide and this slide, between the expenditures and the authority approval, then why it is we even have to include this section is a little confusing to me, legal counsel.
Man,
Are we contradicting ourselves and/or providing another cutout that really makes what we're looking at today ineffective?
No, so what I would say, let's break this paragraph down. So any purchases of goods and services, excluding, so we're not talking about in this section capital purchases that you guys have already approved. We're not talking about contracts and bid awards. I look at that as contracts and bid awards could be separate sections. That could be falls under the 10,000, falls under the 100,000, or is a city council approval. Same with bids. So this is just a general statement. Piggyback awards still have to be approved by you if it's over the threshold of the city
It
manager.
doesn't say that, because what it says is the city manager or designee shall have approval authority as follows. Any purchases of goods and services, excluding capital, but then it says pursuant to contracts and bid awards, piggyback, so it's just confusing to me.
Well, it also defines what he is allowed to approve. It would be also under his budget. So it doesn't give him any more authority than he already has, because this also applies to what he, because there's a guy sitting in that seat, is allowed to approve under that. So if you don't like the paragraph, we can reword it, but to my interpretation, it does not give any more authority than under the 100,000 threshold that he has right now, or unless it goes to city council for approval.
Well, and I'm sorry, I'm being a stickler. I know I'm being a pain in the backside on this, but the very section before this already covers the 99,000. So it says any purchases less than or equal to $99,999. So what you just said is already covered in one. So why it is we then have two, that's what I'm saying. Is it superfluous? Does it provide an ambiguity that's unnecessary pursuant to the other thresholds?
I mean, I think it's just extra language. We can take it out if does this.
Then it's superfluous. That's a very definition. I just don't want to be, contradictory. That's all. I know I'm giving you a hard time, Marcus, but I just want to make sure.
Discussion.
This is very important because it's spending taxpayer dollars, and I want to make sure we're being diligent here. Again, I don't know what the rest of council thinks, but I think it's just something worth
So do we need
looking at.
to scratch that?
If council would like to give direction to me to take out that sub-paragraph, I don't have a problem with doing so.
This is first read, right?
Yeah, it still accomplishes the same thing.
And so I don't look at it as a major change or anything like that.
Okay.
It's less restrictive, so it should be fine.
Okay, and then, I'm sorry, the last thing, the bond for an appeal. These are covered in 2-29. So if there's intent to award protest. So in one of these, so for the intent to award protest procedure, it doesn't appear there's a provision to return the bond, and that's the very virtue of a bond, right? You pay a certain amount to earn the right to protest an intent to award, but I don't see the ability to get that back in this portion of the ordinance. That's different from the award protest procedure, which is in subsection B. There is because if you go to subsection 2 under B, it says the bid protest bond shall be forfeited to the city if one of the following occurs. I don't see that in the other unless I'm missing it.
So we have it in our department procedures, not specifically in the ordinance.
It should probably, if we're going to put it in the ordinance, it needs to either be in both or taken away in both. So if we're going to put that in subsection B for award protest, then we should include it for the intent to award protest. If we're not going to put it in one, then we shouldn't put it in the other, just for consistency. I would recommend that it be that both be in the ordinance. I think that's very important for the purposes of transparency. And then I think the bond is really high. I think when we're looking at trying to be business friendly, and particularly for some of our local businesses, the bond amount to me of $10,000, so it can be a lot of money for a small business. So
That is standard, like 10,000, because
standard.
we don't want frivolous people just saying.
I get that. I
I would say 10,000 is at least a minimum.
Okay, but is that an unlawful fee or fine? Because if you look at what you can charge for things like this, it's really the purpose is to cover administrative costs. I highly doubt, and I could be wrong, but I highly doubt it costs our organization $10,000 to process a bid protest like this. So I think that we could actually be legally challenged by charging a $10,000. Now, you may say it's standard, but maybe we need to have a certain threshold. So if it's a contract over $100,000, then the bond amount should be $10,000. If it's under $100,000, maybe it should be less. So just a suggestion. Again, Marcus, I know you're telling me it's standard. I don't have any reason to doubt that. I just think that let's say you're talking about a $25,000 contract, a $10,000 bond for a bid protest. It seems outrageous to me. So
I think and I hear your argument on that part, but you also want to make sure we're not picking and choosing when we want to enforce how much. So if we have a standard amount, it's standard across the board. We're not charging, we think it's only 5% of this, it's 5% of that. We keep it at 10,000. It's standard. Now, to your argument, we could change it to a percentage, and that would probably be better.
I mean, you could do a percentage not to exceed, right? You could say that it's 5,000 or 5% of the contract price not to exceed $10,000. And I think that would make a lot more sense, and that would be much more business friendly, which I think all of us up here want to be. To the point, though, too, of what it costs the organization. Again, I just don't think it costs us $5,000 to $10,000 to do a bid protest.
You would also have to take into consideration the ones that don't have price, that we negotiate that after. So the bid's not based on a price.
We need to add another mic here. I think the intent of the $10,000 is for when you don't have a quoted price. So, right, it's not for a specific price bid. You wouldn't be able to apply a percentage. So at that point, I think before 2021, it was a determination of at the time, I don't remember if it was financial services director or it was still under the city manager's office, but they would make the determination. This way, by having that $10,000, it was fair and it was the same amount across the board.
Everybody knows.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and we could keep it at 10,000 if there's no price associated, right? So if there is no price, then you could keep it at 10,000, I suppose. So it could be a percentage not to exceed 10,000, and if there is no contract price associated, it would remain at 10,000. I've spoken to business owners in the community over the past few months when this initially came up, and there have been local businesses who have been deterred, and maybe that's the point, right? We want to deter frivolous protests, to your point, but if there's legitimate protests, they shouldn't be precluded because they're a small business in our community from protesting. So that's my concern on the bid amount, on the bond amount.
I think it's a legitimate question. I mean, if you're a small business, you know, trying to get a contract, you lose the bid, you believe it was unfairly done, so you want to protest it. Well, you can't afford to lose $10,000, so you're not going to put up the bond, so you just let it happen because you can't afford that $10,000 if it goes the wrong way. So obviously, that's not a great outcome. I'm okay with kind of this variable language that percentage based, not to exceed 10,000, and then for no price bids, 10,000.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just for sake of argument, I think too it will depend, and staff, you know, we're having some discussions about this particular topic as far as, you know, computing who all be involved in an appeal, and it can vary. So, you know, low level, only involving a, you know, employee or two, perhaps three, of course, you know, you wouldn't hit that 10,000. But if you have, you know, more extensive review, you have legal involved, you have consultants or specialists, yeah, then it could.
We just had one that came to council, that the protest came all the way to council. So, I mean, that would be kind of an example of what the high cost of that would be.
Yeah, it's just going to depend.
It really wasn't that much, even coming to council. It was one meeting. It just wasn't. I mean, it's practically, it wasn't.
So there were a lot of behind the scenes on that figure, because that was a appeal, so that got appealed to the city manager and then got appealed to you guys.
Yeah.
So that was me reviewing it, city manager reviewing it, procurement staff reviewing, so that was a lot of hours. So I would say
That was a larger contract though, too.
yeah, no, I agree. I'm just,
So it would have been the 10,000, right?
yeah, that would
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
They did submit a 10,000, and they got that back after they won the appeal.
So we,
Yeah, that's right, they did win the appeal.
so are we good with that language, the changes?
I'm okay with the 10,000.
Me too.
Keeping it?
I have no problem either way.
I mean, we can keep it. For me, I mean, you know, obviously if that's a consensus of council, I'm just iterating what I've heard from our business owners in the community.
If it comes back.
I just don't want to I think there is a concern about frivolous lawsuits. And 10,000 sounds like a lot, I know, but it really, in this day and age, is not a lot of money if you get lawyers involved.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Go
Yeah,
right
I
ahead.
had another, just comments on section 2-27, suspension and debarment. I really appreciate the team putting this together. And I was pretty vocal about a road project that didn't go well at all. I think this lays out kind of a fair framework and for other things that that we, you know, gives us some mechanisms to ensure that they don't reapply or if they're doing something on the grounds of fraud, you know, violations, unethical conduct, you know, there has to be ramifications for it, and this gives us the ability to do that. But the one that really got my attention was, you know, certainly poor performance or noncompliance. We've got to be able to hold folks accountable when they don't do a good job. I mean, this is taxpayer dollars, right? And we should be able to ensure that they don't have an opportunity for a contract for a period of time, and they can regroup and come back after that point. So thanks to the team for putting that together.
Thank you, sir. Anything else?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I got some questions in regards to the exemptions. Trying to reference the exact section, and it's on page 7 of the ordinance. So can we talk about just the addition of some of these exemptions and the thought process behind them in terms of what we're protecting there? In particular, I would say like the insurance, property, title insurance, some of the higher ticket items. I understand some of this because these are things that you can't negotiate, right? Like certain memberships. But the larger title insurance, things like that, legal services, you know, why would they be exempt from this?
I'm using my mic. So again, this is about efficiency. A lot of these things are, if we are limited in doing procurement on getting multiple bids on this, that slows down the process in these things. I would say legal services. That is very uncommon to have to go out and get permission from city council to do such a thing. If we get sued with a lawsuit and for some reason my firm can't handle it, we would like to say, hey, we're going to go out and recommend this firm to.
So for expedience purposes, in terms of legal risk,
exactly,
we've got to act quickly. We cannot go through a bid process.
Exactly, and so that along with these other things, these are kind of common in sections where,
Okay.
like title insurance, we're closing on documents. Where you do closing on land, we don't want to have to go out with bid to get title insurance.
Right. Okay. Thanks for the clarification. I just wanted to make sure because these are being added to this as exemptions. So I just wanted to make sure.
They're mainly being added, like staff and myself did research, what did other counties and cities do, and then help, because I think one thing was that, hey, your direction from this dice is like staff and myself need to be working more efficiently on getting the product turned to you in a better manner. This right here does that so things are not delayed.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
I would just like us, can we go over all the changes we agreed to? So we're clear.
I don't think.
Oh, no, I think the paragraph, that one paragraph, we all
Yeah, the
agreed to
one
take it
paragraph.
out, right?
Yeah, that's the only change.
Which paragraph was that?
The one with the extra language.
Just the paragraph.
Well, that's what you called it.
Oh yeah, you wanted to take that extra language out, ma'am.
Yeah,
That's right.
That's the only one. Are we in consensus on that?
There was Ms. Pontier did have one other issue about the.
Yeah, is everybody still comfortable at the 29,000, raising that to 49,000? I just, for the record, I'm not. So just my one position, but I know, to your point, Councilman Sullivan, we did workshop this, but I just don't feel comfortable with it because it's not, it's just two informal quotes. And $50,000 to me it's not, in the scheme of things of what, our overall budget, is it probably a lot of money? No, but it could add up. So that's just my position on it.
So, Helena, did you have something to add?
I wanted some clarification on the paragraph that we are removing. If we want to talk about the thresholds, we can adjust that new one instead of the 10,000 to 4999, put it back to the 10,000 to 29, and then move the balance over to be in the portal.
What do you mean move the balance over to be in the portal? Sorry.
In the portal, instead of 50 to 100, it would be 30 to 100. But it will affect efficiencies. This was as a request of the departments in order for them to move through the process quicker. We will do as at your guidance, but it will not bring efficiencies.
No, I get it. I get it's at the risk, and that's why I pose it to my colleagues, what everybody else feels and wants. That's just my preference.
I'm good with the original recommendation.
Yeah, I
mean, it's, we have trust in our city manager, we've got trust in our directors, and, at some point that's not the case, we can always reattack, but I think as we're looking to tackle efficiencies and cost recovery and things of that nature, just time, everybody's time, I think this is a good way ahead.
Yeah, I want to be very clear. It's not that I don't trust our directors and our city manager. It's not that at all. It is a matter of transparency with our public. While I know that the informal quotes are public record, my hesitancy is the difference between this being on the procurement portal and not being on the procurement portal. So I just want to make that very, very, can't be more clear on that. It has nothing to do with the trust of our city manager or our directors.
I'd agree with Councilman Gambaro that the way it was presented is fine with me, 10 to 49.
And I do believe if we have to, we can readjust, but,
And we don't want to be readjusting these.
Yeah.
In every 2 years.
Well,
What we had was 2021, it's 2026. I think 5 years from now, given the way things are going, those numbers will not seem out of place at all.
So the whole point of this is more operational efficiencies. So we're good on that one change, removing that language.
Okay, so yes, I wanted some guidance on if we remove that language, how we apply it to actually issuing purchase orders. So currently, what this establishes for us is that if it's a city council approved contract, right? Let's say, let's go back to the sod. You approved a contract for a unit price on the sod, and you approved a budget, let's say, of $200,000 for sod. So a department can issue a PO, right? As long as they're using your approved contract and they're within your approved budget. So it does not require city council approval of a work order, let's say for $100,000, because it's a regular operational item. And that's what that paragraph represents for us. Now, that's why it excludes capital. Now, if it is a capital project, even though we may have a continuing services agreement for services to be provided like engineering services, we already have a council-approved contract, we have an approved budget, but because of that paragraph, we bring that work order to you because it's for a specific capital project. These are for regular operational items.
But to me, what you just described falls under 1. It already falls under subsection 1. Because it's already any purchase less than or equal to $99,999.
But the purchase could be $150,000 of sod.
Right, so because it's over 100,000.
But it's already a city council approved contract, right, that went out to bid, and it's approved in the budget. Like say the budget line for sod is 200,000, and they might be asking for a PO for 150, 175.
And council's already approved the contract.
And the budget, exactly.
Okay, so why then does it reference city manager or designee approval authority? Because we haven't approved that specific contract, we've only approved the budget line item, is that what you're saying?
Yes, because it might be a 3-year contract, you're locked in at the price, you approved that contract, and we're talking about 27's budget now, and we're still using the same contract. We're using the budget approval, so we move ahead with the purchase. Am I being confusing?
So these aren't just extra words. This is guidance on how we implement what we're trying to do in paragraph 1.
For operations, for us, yes, that's the guidance we use when we're actually issuing the purchase order. There might be a better way of wording it. I just want to make sure that by removing it, we're not going to have a problem from an audit standpoint as to the authority caps at 100 for every purchase order that we issue, because we wouldn't really be able to operate.
Well, I'll go back to my original comment, was just that I thought it was too broad, and I still feel that. So because if the example you just gave is a very reasonable example, but if you're looking at bookends, it can become a very unreasonable, in my mind, in my estimation, a very unreasonable amount of authority. So in other words, let's say that we as council have approved, which, we look to do millions of dollars in approval on an overall line item. Does that then give city manager approval per subsection 2, just because we've already approved it as a line item in the budget, to then approve these very large contracts?
The contract will come to council. It's the actual purchase order to execute the purchase. So let's talk about.
So then why doesn't it say purchase order? That's maybe what we need to say.
That would
I
be
think
fine.
that's the
Is that the
clarity we
language?
need. It would be a
purchase order would still fall under goods and services.
But if it's a purchase order to effectuate a contract that city council has already approved, that's what it should say. That's not how this reads right now.
Within the established budget, yes.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, we can do that.
Purchase order.
Yes, so we basically just need to outline that it's already a pre-approved
Correct.
contract.
Yeah. Mhm.
it's just,
Yes,
So it's a purchase order to effectuate an already approved contract by city council. That's what you're.
as approved in the budget, yes, for
Okay.
operational items, not capital.
Okay. That makes more sense.
so you got that, Marcus?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Clean it up? Yeah, we got it.
Thank you.
Mr.
I
Mayor,
was just sitting back there thinking, how are we going to execute it?
No, I know,
That
you
helps.
practically speaking, and I appreciate, your boots on the ground for this, so I appreciate you speaking up. It's just, when I'm reading it, I'm like, this doesn't read like I think it's intended to read, which it didn't, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 2, Article 1, Division 3 of the City of Palm Coast Code of Ordinances, with the amendment that we just discussed.
Thank you, sir. Second?
I'll second.
We got a second. Okay, any further discussion from council? The whole point of this is to create more operational efficiencies within the procurement process within the city. And I know I got a bunch of north-souths from the back of the room when we were talking about this in workshop. So anything else from the council? We'll open this up for public comment. Anyone have any public comments concerning this ordinance of the first read? Yes, sir, Mr. Emerald.
Coast. Just an idea maybe to help solve this back and forth. Does every department need this much? I know when it first came up during the workshop, it was specifically brought up, and the example that was given was Public Works, because they are purchasing large amounts, tires for golf cart replacement and specialty equipment for fire trucks and stuff like that. But does every department need this? Can we maybe identify specific departments? It'll cut down on, extra oversight, because these are larger numbers that we definitely want to protect. But, it's just an idea to think about, do we have to have it for every department? And that might cut some of the anxiety as far as budgets and everything else goes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, sir, I could weigh in on that for a moment. I think with a budget our size, even removing, the 300 million that we have, within this budget for utility projects. So normally we're around 400. I do not see these amounts out of line given the size of our organization in the aggregate across all departments.
Okay, thank you. Any further public comment? We'll bring it back to the dais. We just got that follow-up. I think it should be across the board. I don't think. You could have that at some time. You could have that even if your department is not used to dealing with those high of contracts. It could come up. So, okay. Anything else? Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to G2, ordinance of the first read, ordinance 2026 approving First Amendment. Can't believe I'm saying this. Approving First Amendment to the Fifth Amendment of Palm Coast Parks Master Plan Development MPD Agreement Application 6431.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. For the record, Fong Wing, Planning Manager. This item before you could be providing diversification of housing types, and it is specifically to this location only within the 2 tracks in Palm Coast Park DRI. It is a distance away from existing ITT platted lots. So with that, Ms. Lenz will provide a presentation for your consideration.
Hello, good morning, Mayor, Council members. Estelle Lenz with the Community Development Department. This is a request to amend the Palm Coast Park Master Plan Development Agreement. The request is to allow single-family residential development on Track 16 and to add development standards for single-family residential development on Track 16 and 7A.
Let me pause you for a second, Ms. Lenz. This is a quasi-judicial matter. Anyone have any communications? Ex parte communications?
No.
And we'll get his answer as soon as, there he is.
I have had one, and it will not affect my decision-making today.
I've had none. Well, affect my decision. Let's give Councilman Gambaro just a second. My bad, I forgot.
You could keep going. and
Okay,
come back.
we'll get his feedback when he gets back. Go right ahead, Ms. Lenz.
Okay. This is a distant aerial of the subject property. It's located on the west side of US Highway 1. It is part of the Sawmill Branch development projects. You've got the Freedom of Sawmill to the north, Sawmill Creek to the south. Sawmill Branch Phase 2, you can see at the bottom of the slide. And the other phases of the Sawmill Branch projects go north from Sawmill Branch 2. You'll see them in a subsequent slide.
Thank you, ma'am. Ex parte, Councilman Gambaro.
No, sir.
Thank you.
The future land use map designation of the subject property is DRI mixed use, and the zoning is MPD. And just wanted to let you know, this actually is, my track map slide is not there. You will see it on another slide, which is here. On the bottom left of the screen shows the Palm Coast Park tracks. And the subject property are tracks 16 and 7A of the Sawmill, Palm Coast Park, which is actually Phase 6 of the Sawmill Branch Phase development. It's on the northern portion of the Palm Coast Park MPD. The history of the DRI and the MPD is the DRI was originally approved in December of 2004. The Master Plan Development Agreement was originally approved in October of 2011. Both the DRI and the MPD were amended in May of 2023. This was the 9th amendment to the DRI and the 5th amendment to the MPD. Over the years, the public benefit requirements of the Palm Coast Park DRI and MPD have been met. The developer has preserved over 1,800 acres of wetland and nearly 116 acres of gopher tortoise habitat. There was a donation of the Hewlett's Mill Historic Site to the Florida Agricultural Museum.
Could I make a point on that? Essentially, what the developer has done, if you've been out to where Hewlett's Mill is, which I have done, since they clear cut the area right up to the edge of Hewlett's Mill, they put in a retention pond there with a sluice. The sluice dumps water directly on top of Hewlett's Mill. It's been ruined. There's no way to save it now. So I'm kind of anti this whole, everything going on here just because of that.
I've been out there, and I know exactly what you're talking about. Preston Zepp took me out there a while ago, actually.
Well, I've been, we tried to look into it. We went back and looked at the history, the whole thing. They can, clear cut it and raise the level. But when they did that, put the retention pond right at that edge, the sluice that dumps the water in heavy rain times directly on where Hewlett's Mill was. Boy Scout, that's been something that's been worked on a long time by a lot of volunteer organizations to preserve Hewlett's Mill. It's gone. Yeah. That's the only revolutionary site we have in the county.
Thank you. Another public benefit was the developer made a $7.5 million payment to the city for roadway construction without receiving impact fee credits. There was a donation of land for key public infrastructure, which included a 30-acre school site, which this subject property actually abuts, as well as 30 acres for our wastewater treatment plant number 2, and a donation of up to 74 acres for the linear park that's along the west side of US 1, and an east-west trail system connecting the DRI with the nearby schools. So this project, again, is track 16 and 17 of the Sawmill Branch community, and it's known as Phase 6 of Sawmill Branch. It's currently approved for 320 townhouse lots on 18-foot wide lots, and the applicant is proposing to change that to a 244 detached single-family residential development on 30-foot wide lots. The background of the subject property is that the subdivision master plan for the 320 townhouse lot project was approved by the planning board in June of 2024. That project, the townhouse project, is currently under review of the preliminary plat. They actually have submitted, since this was submitted, this agenda item, they've actually resubmitted the townhouse project and have received another comment letter. The applicant, again, is requesting to change the proposed development from the 320 townhouse lots to 244 detached single-family residential lots. Also, Track 16 currently only allows multifamily residential uses in Table 4.1 of the MPD agreement. So this request includes allowing single-family residential development on Track 16. This slide shows the development standards, and the two on the left are what's existing in the Palm Coast Park MPD development agreement. So single-family residential development, is, per the agreement, has to follow the standards of low-density residential, which is the first column on the left. It's 4,000 square foot lots on 40-foot minimum wide lots. The medium density residential column, the next one to the right, the two subject tracks are actually medium density residential. So those standards are for townhouse development, the 2,000 square foot lots on being 18 feet wide, and the minimum living area is 650 square feet. The rest are setbacks and impervious. So what's actually approved is the peach-colored column, and that's the townhouse development. The lots are 2,000 square feet. They're 18 feet wide. The maximum density that's allowed is 10 units per acre. The townhouse development is actually at 6.69 units per acre. The column on the right, the green column, is what the applicant is now proposing for Track 16 and 7A. And again, this request is limited to these Tracks 16 and 7A. They're proposing a minimum square foot for the single-family homes to be 2,550 square feet, and that would be on 30-foot lots. They're proposing a maximum density of 7 units per acre. It actually comes in their conceptual plan, shows 5.1 units per acre. A minimum living area of 1,000 square feet. The setbacks are similar. The rear setback is a little bit bigger. And this is the conceptual plan. It's much as what is already approved, or very similar to what's already approved for the townhouse development. It's exactly the same layout. It's just less homes because they're 30-foot lots instead of 18-foot lots. This is the proposed architectural rendering the applicant provided. And all development orders in Palm Coast have to be considered to meet the criteria of Land Development Code Section 2.05.05, which include that the proposed development must not be in conflict or contrary to the public interest, must be consistent with the comp plan and the provisions of the Land Development Code, must not impose a significant financial liability or hardship to the city, must not create unreasonable hazard or a threat to the general health, welfare, safety of the city's inhabitants, and must comply with all other local laws. And the specific staff findings for each criteria is provided in the staff report, but to summarize, this amendment proposes a less dense development. The single-family residential neighborhood will not be in conflict with the public interest. The request is consistent with the comp plan as identified in the staff report, and specifically Chapter 3, the housing element goal 3.4. The goal is to allow a variety of lot sizes and housing types to meet the needs of the citizenry through all stages of life. The city has an overabundance of quarter-acre platted single-family lots, and there is a need for different size lots and different types of housing. That's in the comp plan. And also the utilities are currently available and will be extended at the owner's expense, and the project will not impose a financial burden on the city. Master plan development agreements must also be reviewed for compliance and to meet the criteria of Land Development Code 2.09.04, which include, again, must be consistent with the comp plan and the intent of the Land Development Code. Must provide the degree of departure of the proposed, or must consider the degree of departure of the proposed development from the surrounding areas in terms of character, density, and intensity. Must look at the compatibility within the development and relationship with the surrounding neighborhoods. Must provide adequate provision for public education, recreational facilities, utilities. If there were phasing, I believe this will all be in one phase to stand as independent developments. So that wouldn't be applicable. I believe they would develop in one phase. Must consider the adequacy of the streets that they're proposing and to support the traffic to be generated. Must consider the benefits, when we've already discussed that, the benefits of the public that the MPD has provided. And must discuss the conformity and compatibility of the development with any adopted, the other development plans in the city, the impact upon the environment and or natural resources, and the impact of the economy of any affected area. And again, the individual staff findings for all these criteria are provided in the staff report, and I'll summarize by stating that the current density allowed on tracks 16 and 7A of the Palm Coast Park Master Plan development is 10 units per acre. The applicant is requesting a maximum density of 7 units per acre. The tracks are currently approved for 320 townhouse lots, and they're proposing 244, so they're single-family residential lots. They're proposing to decrease it by 76 lots. So the project will, as proposed, will provide less units per acre, create less traffic, and be more consistent with the other single-family residential developments in Palm Coast Park and the other Sawmill Branch single-family residential projects which are approved and or are under construction or currently under review. Staff finds that this project meets the requirements of Land Development Code Section 2.05.05 and 2.09.04. And for public participation, the applicant hosted the required neighborhood meeting on Tuesday, February 17th. No one from the public attended, and staff has not received any correspondence from the public regarding this request. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Board reviewed this application at its meeting on March 18th. They found the request to be in compliance with the comp plan and recommended that City Council approve this application subject to the following 2 conditions. Provide an additional 20-foot wide landscaping break every 12 lots, and provide a small amenity for the residents such as a playground. The next steps for the project is that it would come back to this board for the second reading on May 5th. If approved, then the applicant would have to submit a subdivision master plan followed by a preliminary plat and final plat. And the applicant is available, and they did submit a presentation yesterday late afternoon, so I'll bring that up. Well, the applicant was here.
He's right behind you.
Apologize, I didn't know if you had questions for your staff before we came up here. Michael Schimenta for the applicant, and Robert Porter with D.R. Horton. I appreciate staff working through this prior project and then this iteration to it. I really don't think there's a whole lot to add to the presentation other than what's in front of you. The plan that you have in front of you also incorporated those requests by the planning board, assuming that the commission or council agrees with those requests. So we went ahead and assumed that you would want those to see those too. I think it's an interesting time because as D.R. Horton is not only a home builder, but it's a community builder. And you can see that in this large subdivision how they've thread together amenities, sidewalks, to create a community with a diversity of housing for that area. And this is just a stab at a new type of housing product to Palm Coast. That does not mean it's not new to D.R. Horton or their other communities around the country. I think it was in line with not only your comprehensive plan, but as we talked about earlier, your community scale housing report and dashboard. It sort of aligns with your goals and objectives to bring alternative housing types to the community that may have an opportunity for different types of home ownership, not just those that people want to live in a townhouse or an apartment, but can't afford the average price in Palm Coast, which may be in excess of $400,000. So we're here. We had those conversations with the planning board. Mr. Porter would like to add a few things to the presentation, but I think it's best that we rest and see what the community says, and then maybe bring it back to you and answer any questions that you may have. Mr. Sullivan, your comment surprised me. I've worked for the initial developer, which was Elite or one of their subsidiaries, since 2006, and then been very integrated with the present developer since 2017. And your issue is the first that I've heard of that, so I don't have any response or
Maybe you should have been interested in it.
Pardon me?
Maybe you should have been aware of it.
It was never brought to our attention by the county at that point, so.
Yeah, it was, but that's okay.
I understand.
It was.
To me?
I was there. I don't know if you personally, it was brought to the lawyers who were involved.
I'll have to look into that, but I can tell you, rest assured that that's the first I've heard of that issue as the developers council.
That retention pond should have never been placed in that.
They've destroyed the Revolutionary War site.
Well, that certainly is a violation of the permits. I'm sure that's on St. John's Water Management District site. So again, I'll look into that between now and second reading if it gets that far. Okay. Sorry. Mr. Porter?
Yes, sir, Mr. Porter.
I'm Bob Porter with D.R. Horton. I won't take but a minute of your time. I think you got a clear presentation from the staff and from Michael. Essentially, the way we look at this is these are the same multifamily units that we normally put in a building that's 150 feet long. What we're doing is we are detaching them. So to me, it is sort of a detached multifamily. So everybody gets side yards. They get a yard, a rear yard that they can fence for the kids and the dogs. A much nicer unit. If you're in a middle unit of the townhome, you really don't have a private yard. You have very little privacy. So we just think this is a nice improvement. It is less density. The lots are bigger. The units are bigger. But happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I've never liked the concept of pretty much zero lot lines. I've seen it all down in South Florida, but it's within the comp plan.
I guess the question though is it worse than a townhome that is attached in terms of lot lines, right?
Well, it's kind of, I hate to use the word, I was trying to think of a word for it, but the best word is wishy-washy. Yeah, the market has changed. It's such ebb and flow in the market, and I can assume that the reason they're doing that is because people want some type of yard, to be detached, not attached to someone else's property, and I'm assuming that the reason that up at the trails, the reason the house values are going down is people just don't like that lifestyle, and I think you're trying to solve that with this type of project, or these few houses in the project is trying to make it more appealable to families with children. How many bedrooms do these townhouses have? How many bedrooms? What's the standard layout? How many bedrooms?
Townhomes are normally either 2 or 3 bedrooms. These will be 2, 3, or 4.
Okay. Anything else for council?
I mean, the way I look at it is just with the numbers, you've got a reduction in density. You've got, in terms of pervious versus impervious, you have a reduction of impervious square footage as well. So you have more land and more of it is also pervious. So it should improve what's already entitled in terms of stormwater in that area. So, for me, any reduction in density is a good thing that we can approve. Looking forward to hearing everybody else's thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, I think I appreciate the reduction in density. I appreciate the effort to present a diversity of housing products. I guess on this site, is it not possible to do 4,000 square foot lots to remain compatible with the other lots of this nature?
We could do that. That's what we're doing in the balance of Sawmill.
Mm-hmm.
It would be allowed, but the lots would cost essentially twice as much as a townhome lot costs, so it drives up the price. So if we're not able to do the detached townhomes, we'll probably just do the townhomes. As staff mentioned, we've already gotten the engineering done for it, so it wouldn't take us long to finish it up and do that.
So forgive me because my ignorance in not being a builder or developer is going to shine through right now. if we're talking about the same amount of land, why would it cost more to purchase the lots?
Well, the lots that we're doing the townhomes on are only 18 feet wide. If we do a 40-foot wide lot, it's got twice as much water, twice as much sewer, twice as much.
I see. So if you, okay, I see what you're saying. So for each lot, you have to add this extra infrastructure, but it would be interesting to see how much more. I understand what you're saying now. I just, it's hard in this seat because I want to remain consistent. I appreciate the down zoning. I know our residents appreciate the down zoning. The issue is that we also have a land development code that we have to stay compliant with. Now, I understand our land development code allows us to go smaller than 4,000 if it's an MPD, correct? And this is an MPD?
Yes.
Okay, so technically, our LDC permits it. It's just a matter of whether or not it's compatible. I don't know if there is anything that can be done out at Sawmill, okay? But just so you know, sir, and so you know, Mr. Chimento, on January 16th, 2023, I emailed Ms. Bevan and said that the Ag Museum had voiced a concern to me about the Sawmill site. There was a 6-foot-long, 9-inch deep hole in ranch house grade. It appears a spillway has been built that drains onto the sawmill. The route it faces goes over one of the walkways and eventually to Hewlett's Branch. Besides eroding their property, it allows fertilizer to possibly contaminate Hewlett's Branch. It's also affecting the aesthetics of the park and the historical site. If someone can please look into this and perhaps reach out to Preston Zepp regarding that, I'd appreciate it. So I don't know if the communication never made it to you folks. That's tragic if it didn't, because this has been an issue for over 3 years now. So I don't know if there's anything that can be done now, but this is certainly not a novel issue.
I was not aware of that personally.
Yeah.
I won't say that nobody was notified. I did not hear about it. We will look into it and see what we can do. But
I appreciate that.
until this morning, I hadn't heard it. I'm happy to investigate and see if we can fix it.
If you could, and maybe keep in touch with the city on that, I'd greatly appreciate it.
That's the best 2 points of contact for what happened out there, because I've got texts from me and Mr. Frisk, and not Preston so much, but Mr. Frisk, he took me out there and showed me. He's from the County Historical Society, and the text and the way he laid it out, the things that went down out there, it is tragic. It should have never happened. It should have never happened.
I've been out there more than, while I was still on the commission with Hal Hadid and the Historical Society, and, there's 3 of us up here, we've been there. This is not like something that maybe did happen, maybe it didn't, it really happened. And you can do anything, but the cost of fixing that now would be, we're not going to pay for it.
No, we didn't do it.
We didn't do it. But I've got some history here, and I'm just kind of one way on this.
I think
we're not, a couple of weeks ago, we were crazy about making sure we had 4,000-foot lots. So all of a sudden, we're going to have 2,500-foot lots for single-family homes.
Yeah. Well, it's already.
And I know you can do it within the rules. I got all that. But I think the townhouses would actually look better than these little small houses. All ding, 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 ding. I think you got the potential for a really bad looking place eventually.
I think it adds to variety, which we want to do. I think, because I wasn't involved in all this back in the day, but the main thing is where they put that retention pond is what caused the issues out there. It should have been more forward in the lot. I don't know how that could have been done, but there's other issues that we discussed other issues that happened out there as far as graves and stuff too. You got anything, Councilman Gambaro?
I'm ready to make a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the ordinance approving the First Amendment to the Fifth Amendment of the Palm Coast Park Master Plan Development Agreement Application Number 6431.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
We got a second by Councilman Miller. Anything else from the council?
My no vote will be based on competent, substantial evidence, the Land Development Code 2.05.05, and the Master Plan Development Agreement 2.09.04. That is the basis for my no vote.
Thank you, sir. We'll open this up for public comment. Anyone have public comment concerning this issue or this ordinance of the first read? Yes, ma'am, Miss Shelley.
Good morning, Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. My question is, if this is a change to MPD, does it affect things like setbacks and areas of green space between other developments? To elaborate on what Councilman Sullivan said, I've been talking about compatibility and following 2.0505 up here before City Council, before any of you were on the board, that compatibility matters. Compatibility with homes and residents that built their dream homes here in Florida based on certain criteria, put in their life savings into their beautiful home of not an inexpensive endeavor. I have to question, did I hear correctly, 18 feet for the width of these? No. 18 feet, to me, I don't even know how that could have even come up. You have to consider compatibility. And townhomes and apartment complexes, in my opinion, are not compatible with single-family homes of a certain square foot. This property is a prime area for commercial development. How we're talking about residential, more residential, that is unnecessary, because we have residential communities now that are built, that are putting special pricing because they were built under spec and they are not selling. This is not necessary. What is necessary are quality jobs, diversifying the tax base, alleviating the burden that City Council and former mayors have placed upon the residents of Palm Coast, making us foot the bill for the utilities, for the amenities, for all the things that should have been required of these developers. It doesn't even seem real to me that this is even coming before us, not to mention the destruction of our history from the 1700s and the old brick road. But that's a different comment that I'll reserve for later. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
Kirk Whittington, I used to live in the D.R. Horton community in St. Augustine. I rented there. It's a really nice development. D.R. Horton does a very good job with what they do. They develop the property very well. I don't know about this property and its history. I can tell you this one thing that I noticed the most, even though I was renting our homes, we had 75 homes in our neighborhood. Right across the main road was a townhouse community. We probably had about a 90% home ownership rate. In the townhouse community, it was about 30% home ownership. D.R. Horton does a good job. They make a good product. They make a really nice neighborhood. The neighborhood I lived in had a very nice water feature, a good sense of neighborhood and community. I told somebody one time it was like a little slice of Americana. I love living there. If I could have afforded the home, I would have bought. I just couldn't afford St. Augustine or St. Johns County. So I think this is better than townhomes for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to dust. Ms. Shelley, that whole area's been stripped. That stuff's been in the works. If you ride out there, it's been stripped forever. All that stuff's laid in to go. It's way beyond us. All we're doing is amending this to downsize to some smaller single-family homes. But it's already been clear cut. If they don't build townhouses and the rest of the townhouses, if they don't build these houses, they're just going to build townhouses anyway. So it's already done. It's already approved for townhouses. It's already approved. It's already been laid out. Everything's out there is going in as we speak. Any follow-ups from the council?
I was just going to reiterate that there seemed to be some confusion. This is a move from townhomes to single-family residences. This is a move from 18-foot to 30-foot lots. So it's less density than what's already approved. It's not townhomes, it's single-family residences. So I'm not sure what the confusion there was, but this is downsizing what's already approved. So it's reducing the residential in that area.
I have a few, so to clarify, Councilman Gumbaro, your motion, was your motion also incorporating the suggestions from PLDRB? They had made 2 recommendations that staff adopted.
That was a condition the developer has already met, and they said they'll include it.
Do we need to include it if they
Supposed
asked
to be.
or said they would do it?
You can amend it.
Okay.
Amend, if you could, Councilman Gambaro.
So, Mr. Mayor, I withdraw my motion, and I make a new motion, including the recommendations from the planning board.
You'll have to withdraw your motion.
Your
second.
I have to withdraw my second?
Yes.
Okay,
Withdraw your second.
I withdraw my second.
And you'll second.
And then I re-second the new motion.
I just wanted to clarify because that kind of dovetails into my next question. So I saw the public benefits that staff put on the screen. Those public benefits, while appreciated, are all old. Could we agree on a public benefit for you all to go out and look at this sawmill site and see what can be done to mitigate the damages? Because I have a very detailed, I had quite a back and forth with our staff back 3 years ago that I can send to you, Mr. Chimento, that details the issues out there, not only with the spillover, but with some of the clear cutting and just the way that they constructed some of the things that they constructed, maybe in an effort to fix things that didn't work. I'm not really quite sure, but I can send that to you. So as a current public benefit to this request, I would ask that that be done if we could. Okay.
Anything else from the council? Ms. Cook, call to vote.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
No.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. We're moving on. We're going to recess. We're going to recess the city council and convene the SR 100 corridor,
Good job.
CRA board. Do we need to take a break? Anyone want to take a break? Okay. Okay. Okay.
I don't mind right now, it's still not.
Yeah.
See how long this takes.
Okay. So we are currently in the CR 100 corridor CRA board meeting. First thing up, or the only thing up on this item is SR 100 corridor CRA resolution 2026XX, establishing a vertical development incentive program within the SR 100 corridor community development area. Yes, sir. Mr. John.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. John Zobler, Community Development Director. This morning, we're presenting the Vertical Development Incentive Program, or VDIP, as a targeted tool to help accelerate investment within the community redevelopment area ahead of its scheduled expiration in 2034. The core issue we're addressing is timing. Large-scale development projects typically require 2 to 3 years to reach completion and begin generating taxable value. Given the limited time left available in the CRA, that leaves only a short window, 4 to 6 years, for a tax increment to be realized. Under traditional structures, that time frame is not sufficient to materially influence whether a project would move forward or not. The VDIP is designed to correct that for constraint. The program provides performance-based reimbursement of the incremental tax revenue generated by the project using a graduated structure tied to investment level. It also incorporates 2 key adjustments: a compression multiplier to account for the shortened CRA duration dependent upon when the project COs, and targeted bonuses to encourage outcomes that the city values, such as large-scale site activation and earlier delivery to the tax roll. Importantly, all incentives under this program are derived solely from new tax revenue created by the project. There is no upfront general fund exposure, and payments occur only after the project is completed, assessed, and generating revenue. The intent is to make the CRA's remaining years functionally competitive so that projects of meaningful scale can still be realized within that window, while maintaining fiscal discipline and clear performance requirements. So we're seeking your approval of this program. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, sir. Council, any questions of the council?
A couple questions. So the eligibility requirements under Exhibit A, it doesn't clarify whether it's for commercial or residential. Are we just intended for this to be for commercial?
This is intended for both applications, Vice Mayor.
I won't support incentive grants for residential.
Yeah, this is one of, John, this is one of my holdups too. And we had this discussion yesterday with the city manager and the attorney. I would like this to be, because we all know the CRA, the reason the CRA is lagged behind is because they haven't built anything.
Mm-hmm.
You can't generate revenue if there's nothing on the ground, and they haven't, whatever we've done to incentivize has not pushed those developers to build. And through the CRA packet that we had, and talking about the relationship with the CDD, which the CDD is inside the CRA.
Right.
And it's just beyond me why they haven't taken the initiative to move forward and start going vertical with things in this area. This is like the hub of the city. For me, I would want, if we're going to do something like this, to be dedicated to mixed use and put a minimum height on it, 3-story height. Mm-hmm. You need to have the commercial on the bottom, business second level, and maybe condos or apartment on the third level. I do not want to incentivize building any more single-family homes in this area. I don't want to do it because we have a lot coming online now.
I have a question for you. I wholly agree. My only question is, based on the presentation we received a couple weeks ago, I think there's only like 400 units left. And not to say that we still shouldn't exclude them, just saying that most of the residential is already built, so there's not really anything we can incentivize.
If there aren't any reasons.
I made that point at the last meeting also.
Yeah, but I would still support excluding the residential from this incentive program. I don't think we need to incentivize residential. It's already coming, and since come, it's already here. So
And I certainly wouldn't support impact fee relief for residential.
right, yeah, I think and I think the intent for all of us is that that's for commercial development, right? CRA. Now, in terms of what the mayor said, mixed use, if that brings 2 levels of business with it, then sure. So I don't know how we work that to make that program work with the mixed use.
So I have that packet here in office. It says entitlements remaining to build out 586,000 square feet of office.
Oh, okay.
Over 1.2 square feet of retail and commercial, and non-retail commercial, almost 1 million. Institutional, 290. I don't know how that plays with the church that's going in.
Mm-hmm.
But if we could reword this where it is at a minimum 3-story high with the mixed use, I would go along with it.
Minimum or maximum? Maximum, right? You're talking about maximum.
Minimum.
Now you're saying he doesn't want.
No, well, you can go higher than 3, but a minimum of 3 stories.
Why?
Because the whole point of the CRA and this vertical incentive is density.
Commercial density, yes.
You know, you don't want to.
Oh, so.
Yeah, but you're not going to get that. If you allow mixed use, you're going to get exactly what the promenade is. And the promenade's great, but do we want 4 and 5 story units up on top of commercial? I don't think we do.
What about a hotel?
I would love a hotel.
Yeah. Hotel is different, but we already allow that from a commercial standpoint. What I want to try to make sure we're not indicating is that we're
Yeah, she doesn't want
because you can call
a
something quote
10-story
unquote
building
mixed
that's.
use, and even though there's only 400 entitlements now, there's nothing stopping somebody from rezoning like they do incessantly to try to get more.
I just,
Live
We
local.
said mixed use, would it you wouldn't allow a one-story commercial?
At the bottom.
Yeah, of
I
course.
mean, just without anything else. In other words, just a commercial, a restaurant builds a separate restaurant, 1 story high.
yeah, but that's just the whole point of
That
this.
would be commercial.
The whole point of this is to go vertical instead of horizontal.
Well, I think vertical just meant out of the ground.
Yeah.
Just means vertical.
Yeah.
The word there doesn't mean that.
Well, it also, from what I read, it's to cut down on sprawl, right? And that's when you build up instead of.
So within the MPD master plan, there are several designated areas, including town residential, which the CRA board is clear that they don't want that as part of this grant program, and I appreciate that. And then we have the urban core, which allows mixed use, institution and office. That's the area you see where the promenade is generally around the lake and City Hall, which includes your institutional use. And then we have perimeter commercial, which includes 1, 2, and 3 COM. Target is an example of perimeter commercial density. If we were fortunate enough to get a building of the scale of Saul Landing that happened to employ 100 people, but it was only 1 story, that's something that I would recommend the CRA board consider. A project like that.
I have a question, John. For Live Local, when something is within an MPD and Live Local is executed, can they execute within an MPD based on state law?
I don't know, sir.
They cannot.
Okay, so we're protected in terms of that, in terms of rezoning. Okay. I'm just playing out worst case scenarios in my head,
Yeah.
you know, that all of our commercial becomes affordable housing or
Throw it all
senior
into an
living.
MPD.
Yeah. Okay, I think that satisfies some of those concerns about, thousands of more units being enabled within town center.
It's quite possible with the size of the promenade and the way it's going to be laid out, that building will generate more tax revenue than, say, a Target or a Walmart.
That's correct.
Because,
I would agree.
Because it's leveled up. If it's mixed use like that, and the studies, I think that Urban 3, that I've pushed that, and I went to one of his conferences. So that's what I'm looking for in this, and I certainly don't want to.
It's the total value of that project, really. That happens to be a $79 million investment, so it's the value of the improvement.
But we have to go vertical here in the town center. We need to make it happen. And I don't know, and one of the things was relationship with council. For me at least, when I came in, empowering the commercial development of town center. We have done that. We've been trying to do that. We designated that $1.3 million to help with the promenade. So we're trying to do what we can, but we need the developers to do their part, Right. Just saying, well, we don't want to pay impact fees and, you suck it up and we get the build and, carry on and make our profits. We don't want to do that.
Right.
You had mentioned about the impact fees, right?
Yeah, I don't think we need to put a minimum on it. And the only reason I say that is I understand your point, but I also don't want to shut out any
Eliminate,
possible, other commercial development just because they won't go to a minimum of 2 or 3 stories. I don't have issues with anything else except for the supplementary incentives of the impact fee relief and the arts fund fee. The reason I don't need to get into the impact fee relief, I don't think that's we all know how I am on that. But the arts fund fee I think is really important, and the reason I'm going to say that is if you look at the enthusiasm and the positivity, and I think a tourist spot that Bunnell has created with its mural. It has been fantastic. They got the Minutemen to do that actual piece of art, and then they got the muralists to go out and replicate it on the wall, and it has generated a lot of publicity for them. They're actually trying to get on the actual trail for those types of murals now. And I think Town Center is a perfect place to try to replicate that type of project. So I don't want to see the arts fund fee go away, and it's a very small amount. So I wouldn't support those incentives. The rest of the incentives I'm fine with. My only other, and I don't know how we can, I don't know how we can tailor this. I want to make sure there aren't rezonings to increase residential somehow, throw it in mixed use, and then get relief on it. Does that make sense? So if there's a rezoning, and again, we can wordsmith it however you want, but if there's an application for rezoning that then ends up in a mixed-use project, I don't think they should be eligible for these incentives.
Okay.
Because that's a manipulation that is not intended by the CRA board.
Right. Vice Mayor, can I clarify on the arts issue?
Yes.
I also consider arts to be a very, very important economic engine. I really do. The Central Park that we have here could probably be a sculpture walk around the park. In the grant, they're allowed, if they qualify for this grant, from the proceeds of their tax collection, they're allowed to apply the credit towards the arts fund. So the arts will still receive the funding. It takes away from the amount of money that's returned to them.
I see.
So it's still paid. It's just they're allowed to apply it against the credit that's due to them from this program.
Okay, is that the same thing for the impact fees or no?
The impact fees they have to pay, they just defer, 50% is deferred and 50% is due at the time of CO. It's just a deferral. It's not, it's a half, 50% deferral. It's not a waiver or anything like that, and they're not allowed to take it from the money that's due back to them.
And that's at permitting. The
That's at
deferral
permitting, right.
begins.
Right,
So they 50% would get deferred until they complete the project.
that's right.
Well, I see that for the utility connection, because for the utility connection, it says 50% of utility connection fees shall be due at issuance of building permits, and the remaining 50% due at CO.
Yeah.
And I initially was like, but okay, I'll go with you on that. The impact fees, I just have a different issue with, just because of our challenges, particularly with transportation.
So that's one change. And the exclusion of rezoned properties, that's the other one?
Just to make sure we get consensus.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Is that the consensus?
And the,
What's in place if someone comes in and say, oh, I want to rezone this because of these incentives? No, it's just what we currently have.
and the residential.
I want to make sure that it's clear that it would have to be a rezoning to add residential to then put in a mixed-use development in an effort to try to get this grant or this relief.
Vice Mayor, it's my intent that although under this program, the city manager is authorized to execute under this agreement because I want the CRA board to be fully informed of any application that we receive that makes sense to staff. I want the CRA board to approve it under the but-for classifications in the agreement. And then, of course, I would ask the city manager to sign it if the CRA board approved it.
And I appreciate that. I won't be in this seat though, on this board, for another after 6 months. So the intent is to protect the manipulation in the future. So I would still, if I've got consensus, I would still like to add that language.
I have no problem with it.
You have mine. So residential excluded, the paragraph about rezoning, right? And then
No
impact fees.
Are we okay with no impact fee incentives based on the challenges we've had? Well, I don't want to speak for anybody.
So you don't want the deferral?
What is the definition of these impact fees are just
No, I don't.
deferrals, right?
Keep impact fees.
Correct.
I thought you said no impact fees.
No. I'm saying no impact fee incentives. Yes, thank you for that clarification.
No deferral or reduction in impact fees in any way.
So no 50%.
No, I'm fine with the 50% for the utility connection at CO versus permit. but
Okay,
not the
that's what I
impact
want to
fees.
make sure we're
Yeah.
clear on.
Mhm. Just the impact fees.
And then mixed use?
It has to,
I'm fine with mixed use. I think,
well,
I mean,
solely for mixed use, not single-family housing.
correct. I mean, just, again, the power of the promenade, right?
yeah, right.
The
And that-
direction I got is like, not residential, it can be pretty much anything, but
Mhm.
mixed use would fall under that category.
Yes.
Mhm.
So do we need to bring this back Or can we approve it with those changes?
It's the first read.
It's a resolution.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
So it'll have to come back to us, Marcus? Or not?
No, I guess what I'm saying is,
Let's just council as a CA board wants it to come back again with those changes.
Would everyone like to see it again to make sure that we're fulfilling what
I
we're
think,
going after?
I'd like to move out. Yeah, let's move out on this.
Okay.
Yeah. So how about this, Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the resolution establishing a vertical development incentive program within the SR 100 corridor community redevelopment area with all of the changes that our council has captured.
Second.
Potential zoning change and no impact fees.
Correct.
Yes. Everyone good with that?
You got my second.
We got a second? Ms. Cookstown, I need a second. Okay, with nothing else from the council, we'll open this up for public comment. It's really, John, oh, I'm sorry, Miss Darlene, I know you were coming up. Yes, ma'am.
Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. I just want to express my opinion. Again, I feel this is a bait and switch. The town center was supposed to be a meeting place for residents. We were supposed to have a music venue. It ended up being not even a covered area. That has devolved into a paved food truck venue. CRA, correct me if I'm wrong, is Community Redevelopment Area. How this ever transpired in the first place deserves some attention. Palm Coast is a new city. When this was put in place, we were a new city. We did not need redevelopment. Because there was a small trailer park, and old trailer parks are very easy to get rid of, this was simply a way to profit for certain conglomerates, I call them usual suspects, to get even richer. You sold it to the city as a wonderful place, a downtown meeting place with music and restaurants and something that would be a public benefit. It's devolved into vertical apartment complexes. My friends and neighbors tell me that they do not like to go over there in the evening. There is drug deals out in the public. You can look at the crime statistics for this area and see how much higher it is than the rest of Palm Coast. I think that is wrong. I think that going vertical is code word for more money for those that are involved with this whole fiasco in the beginning. Where's the public benefit to the residents of Palm Coast? There is none. Not only that, you're negatively affecting your residents. We need quality places to shop. We need great restaurants. And they're not lining up to come to the promenade, even with all of the incentives that you're giving them, even with the impact fees that you are crediting, putting down the road. I don't think that's right. And I don't think you are representing the residents of Palm Coast. And I think we could do better. Vertical is not the way to go. I think the residents agree with me, and I think you're wrong on this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups from the council?
Yeah, I got a couple follow-ups. We just discussed not giving impact fee credit, so that's incorrect once again. Another thing, John, are there any tenants coming to the promenade in terms of restaurants?
They have received 4 LOIs. Staff has received 1 executed lease for a very nice restaurant.
Maybe shopping too?
There is also one of the LOIs concerns shopping, actually 2 concern shopping.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think respectfully, Ms. Shelley, you need to go back and listen to this portion of this meeting. And I also would maybe talk to staff, being that you're running for office, about what is actually happening at the promenade and the good things that our staff is doing from an economic development standpoint. The truth of the matter is, with regards to Town Center, we aren't the property owner. So there's only so much we can do to, help those properties to get sold. I think staff has done a phenomenal job in the last year and a half, 2 years, to really get economic development moving in the right direction in this city. So I commend you guys. I further want to commend you on kind of bringing life back to the CRA, or trying to, because this has kind of been a black sheep of our organization, that it's been neglected. We haven't really done anything to, take advantage of what it can actually be and the purpose of it and the intent of it. So I thank you for that, and I look forward to seeing what we can do here. And I think we've put in some really good safeguards to make sure that we are preserving the intent of what we're trying to do in this city.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else from the council? Ms. Shelley, we can argue. I would argue kind of with you along that about the blighted areas that brought about this CRA, but that's all in the past. This due to expire in what, 2034?
Yes, sir.
So I have, I may not be here, but I would not support renewing this CRA when it comes up. I'm plain and simple, because we hadn't accomplished you can look at the numbers that 70, 80% behind on what we were supposed to, SRA Corridor 2025 data, a variance of 74%. It's just the developers haven't leaned forward and done what they promised the residents of this community when this whole thing was established. So, but I won't be, if I'm here, I won't be voting to renew that. But we are trying to give John the tools to get things going, to make the town center what it was meant to be. And he needs the tools in his kit bag to be able to do that.
The good thing is the only thing left is what we want, so.
Right, it's all
Exactly.
it's all
And
non-residential.
Mr. Mayor?
They've already put all the houses in.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, Mayor.
Yes, and I'd hazard to say, if we had Mr. Zobler in charge during this time frame, we would more than likely not be in this position. And I would also like to echo the thanks to council for recognizing their efforts. They've been working really hard in this arena. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to do everything I can to give you the tools to make it happen, John.
Yeah, I think it's apparent to everybody that there's a distinct change in the way this is working, so appreciate it.
Thank you.
And, okay.
City Council, I just want to take a moment to introduce our new Economic Development Coordinator, Jasmine Rosario. She's new to our staff, and she's only going to make us stronger, so a lot more capability.
Welcome, Jasmine. Anything else from the council? We got the direction we need, Marcus? I know we need to vote. Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're going to adjourn the State Road 100 Corridor CRA Board and reconvene the City Council. We're moving into item H, resolutions. Resolution 1, Resolution 2026XX, approving a comprehensive compensation and benefit survey with Evergreen Solutions, LLC. HR. I hope everything's going well, Ms. Fuller. I heard about, your situation.
I appreciate that, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Renina Fuller, Director of Human Resources. I have Ashley Finner here. She's our HR coordinator. To recap and address some of the questions that was at the last business meeting, we have prepared a few slides for your review. This next slide outlines the dates when the comprehensive salary and benefits survey were previously discussed during council meetings. You want me to read through those? I'm happy to.
I really, for me, you don't have to. I went back and I saw, and I looked at the videos.
Okay.
And I think a couple of the meetings I was on vacation. Yeah, I was in Prague. So, yeah, but I get it. Well, go ahead and finish up.
This slide highlights the components of the scope for the comprehensive study, As directed by the city manager at that time, it was intended to be more than a simple salary survey. The goal budgeted for FY26 was to complete a comprehensive compensation and benefits review. At that time, the city manager also indicated the study should evaluate our current classification structure and benchmark it against comparable agencies. The scope included conducting job audits, including interviews with employees, supervisors, and directors, reviewing job descriptions for compliance with FSLA, ADA, EEO, and recommending updates, refining job titles and classifications, performing an internal equity analysis to assess our relative value of positions, reviewing existing salaries and recommending placement within proposed classifications. That was just for the job classification piece. The compensation, it was conducting a comprehensive compensation survey of comparable public and private employers to assess our market position, reviewing and recommending pay grades and salary ranges, evaluating the overall pay structure, proposing an implementation plan with estimated financial impact, including a phased option, and in the benefits, it was conducting a comprehensive benefit comparison. This next slide compares internally versus externally. Now, we based our analysis on the data from all of the firms that submitted the bids, not just the one that we ultimately selected. This approach ensures that we're reflecting the true market average rather than a single vendor's pricing or timeline, which could be higher or lower than typical. By using the full set of proposals, the result provided a more balanced, representative, and benchmark for cost, staffing, and projection. As you can see, externally, it was the average cost using everyone that put in a bid was $72,000 and change. The average timeline was 20 weeks. They averaged using 6 consultants on the project, and they averaged 412 hours. So far, our HR staff is probably 40 hours between the bid and reviewing the bids and putting out the scope, because we had it at GovSpin previously before we went to Bonfire. HR only has 6 employees, so kind of hard for us to put 6 people on it and have it done within 20 weeks. Estimated cost to do it internally would be approximately $25,000. Utilizing internal staff could result in an estimated 65% cost savings. However, this may extend the project timeline due to the ongoing operational responsibilities. At this time, we're seeking council's direction on how you would like to proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. Council?
I have a question for council. Is this council prepared to make changes based on whatever the results of a study, whether external or internal, are? In other words, if we get a study back that says we're underpaying our staff, are we willing to say, okay, let's go ahead and increase salary or benefits in order to be more comparable with the market? On the flip side, if it comes back and says we're overpaying our staff, do we say that we're going to put a cap on any salary increases, or, I think this is crazy, but decrease salaries? Because if we're not willing to do one of those two things based on the study, essentially we're doing this so that we can get a pat on the back. Because we'd be going out for a study to basically hear, oh, you're doing everything great, and then we don't really have to take any action from there. So that's the question I pose to you all.
No, I think it's a good point that, if the intent of this is to align ourselves with the marketplace and the way businesses are run or other governments in a good way, then we should be willing to accept those findings and make changes. If we aren't willing to do that, then there's no point in spending the money to do it.
But you also have budget restraints.
No, and I know it's just, you're basically taking your opinion and overlaying it over the, if I were to say I'm not going to do that because I don't believe in it or whatever the case may be, philosophically, whatever, then what's the point of asking for them to do it in the first place? We could save the money.
A couple of things. When's the last time we did such a study? Do we know?
It was before I came, so it was before 2020. And I believe that they started out and they were going to do a 3-phase process. And the first phase got implemented, but the other two phases never did.
Was that contracted to Evergreen also?
That I'm not sure of, sir.
So my second point is that, yes, I mean, as a council member, I would be willing to make changes based on the study, but I can't just say, I'm going to agree to everything. The council still has the right to, put their, thoughts into it and decisions. And if we all said, we ought to do this, but there's no money in the budget to do it, that's another factor that would have to come into it. But well, as long as we're talking about, right now, I think going outside to do this is the way to go for a whole bunch of reasons, most of which have to do with just the way staff will work internally over time.
Yeah, I somewhat agree too, because if you only have 6 personnel, and this is an extra load, the cost is down, but it's still an extra load taking you away from your primary duties. One thing I find that's indicative of how well an organization is doing as far as salaries and compensation is turnover rate. So what's our current turnover rate, Ms. Fuller?
Like 9.87%.
So you would have, well, market conditions, but overall, we're doing fairly well.
Yes.
I would say that I know that we have a problem keeping operators for water treatment because other municipalities are paying higher wage, and we need to figure out how to fix that. And also, like with Public Works, Mr. Mansell, and bringing on new staff, you're at the bottom of the run of these people you're paying. It's like, wow, and it's hard to him to retain people. I don't know what his specific turnover rate is, but it's hard to get people in those positions that are going to be there, have a little bit of longevity when you're not paying them that base salary. And the minimum wage in Florida now is $15 an hour, right? And you start out somebody at $17 an hour. That's not a very big leap for some of these specialized jobs. Did you have something, Councilman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To answer your question, yes. And we decided to do this for a reason, to launch the RFP when we decided to do it back in May or whenever it was. And then we approved the funds for it again when we approved our budget process. So we really decided to go do this twice, right? And, to Councilman Sullivan's point, this helps inform us our upcoming budget process to make sure we're, in the ballpark of where our employees should be paid. And again, we make those decisions if we have the funds to do it. If we don't, then we don't. But this is all, and I agree also with having an outside perspective versus an internal perspective, and making these assessments. So I support going forward with the way we've had it planned, after 2 approvals.
Yeah, thank you. But I think the city manager told me that you weren't here, but you're like, I can do it. I can do it. We've already proven that with the city manager search. We don't always have to farm out things, but I think in this case, we probably are best served to keep the stress and the workload off of you guys as farming it out for this, and we don't have to worry about that. No conflict of interest. It's an outside firm.
Yeah, I think you avoid the appearance of impropriety if you go outside. My only other question was, can you go back to the slide that showed the 2 columns of scopes? So are they still doing all of this?
Yes.
Okay, so because I want to make sure our compensation is comparable and competitive and all those things, but I'm very interested in kind of the structure and making sure that we're efficient, and yes, exactly, the org. So I'm happy that we're including this as well and not just a compensation piece of it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and just to reiterate from staff and to carry with the Vice Mayor stand a little bit further, this will give us the evidence and data that we need to make good decisions. And that was one of the things that I pledged to you as a candidate when I came before you, is that we want to be more evidence and data driven and led in the decisions we make. So thank you.
Okay. Anything else from the council?
Mr. Mayor, move approval of the resolution approving a comprehensive compensation and benefits survey with Evergreen Solutions LLC.
Second.
We got a second from You're getting old. You can't keep up with Big guy over here.
He's big, but he's slow.
Okay, we got a first and a second. Any further?
All I did was second something. I don't need the personal attacks over here.
Any further discussion from the council? We'll open this up for public comment. Anyone have any public comment concerning the comprehensive compensation and benefit survey? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to Dust. Any follow-ups? Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Fuller.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to H2, Resolution 2026 XX U-Haul Storage Facility, Palm Coast Technical Site Plan, Tier 3, Application 5979. And I will tell you, this is an issue. It's a property rights. You know, we're gonna get backlash from the community. Oh, more storage facilities. We can't stop people from building on their property if that's what they want to do. We can't do it. But I know we're gonna catch heat on it. I just want everybody to know. I thought we were kind of getting away from that because of, you know, we redid the commercial vehicle ordinance. So this is what we've been handed, right?
Well, they do market analysis that's circulated. Multiple companies use the same. And so what happens is market analysis says we need more storage facilities, and 6 different companies get that research, and then they buy land here and try to build. And sometimes you get oversaturation because of that.
We don't want it, but they're entitled to do it. Mr. Hanson and Miss Virginia. Oh, I'm sorry, how is this quasi-judicial? Okay, this is a quasi-judicial matter. Anybody have any ex parte communications?
No.
I haven't written for U-Haul in a while.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I'm a little louder than usual today, apparently. This particular site for the technical site plan application is located at the western side of US 1 at the terminus of Whiteview Parkway's intersection with US 1, as you can see on the aerial map. The overall site is a little over 30 acres. The applicant's looking at constructing a multi-phase project, and this technical site plan is for phase 1. It includes 2 buildings with a collective 119,614 square feet in change. Building A is planned to be 3 stories at 45.5 feet and provide approximately 950 storage units, while Building B is planned to be approximately 13,948 square feet with as 1 story with a height of 48.5. So a little interesting, Building B, although it's 1 story, it's actually taller than Building A. That's 3 stories. That's for warehouse staging and for utilization by the U-Haul team. And I'm sure when they come up with their presentation, they'll go a little bit more into what their overall plan is. The property, as you can see, has a mixed use and conservation future land use designation. And the site's development as far as the proposed buildings fall within the mixed use area. Zoning for the site, be consistent with the future land use destination that we have, is split between our commercial 3, heavy commercial, and our PRS preservation area that falls within conservation area. This is the overall site plan, and so you can orientate yourself. I'm going to highlight with my laser pointer here. Here's the north arrow, so this area over here is to the north. This is the east, this is the south, and up here's to the west. And I'm going to go ahead and zoom in a little bit, give you a better view. And the building B, the smaller building, is the smaller building that you'll see here, where the larger building for phase 1. The overall site will have a few bays for some RV, recreational vehicles, and also parking. It'll be accessed off of the US Highway 1. And that shows, conceptual, their future phase that's not included with this application. You'll see this area to the south here. There's a 200-foot wide area that is the subject for the next item in consent for right-of-way purchase agreement with the property owner for a 200-foot wide expansion for the potential westward expansion of the Whiteview Parkway, westward of US 1. So that area tracking where it says zone mixed use, that's kind of that area that you're looking at. And now you have dimensional plan. This gives you kind of a little bit more perspective of the actual developmental footprint for phase 1. And the project will have to meet our landscape requirements as well. Architectural elevations that the applicant submitted give you a visual of what they anticipate the buildings to look like with this phase 1 submittal. Both buildings are fairly consistent with their overall shared architectural theme. As far as the development build standards for our COM3, Commercial 3, they far exceed the minimum developmental site area. Their impervious surface ratio is under the maximum required of 7.0. They're meeting their floor area ratio requirements. Building height is capped under the maximum, and you can see the setbacks as well are far exceeding the requirement based on our COM3 requirements of our land development code. And they're able to meet the parking requirements as well, based on the provision that we have in our land development code that allows for parking to exceed the minimum required by 120%. The applicant also submitted a parking flexibility study demonstrating the need for additional parking based on similar operations for other sites. As a technical site plan application, this project was submitted. It was reviewed by our staff's technical review team. Everybody went through the process, and this application's been in-house for, it seems, over a year at this point, with a number of different resubmittals to get to the point that we were able to, or the applicant was able to finish meeting all staff's requirements based on our land development code, Florida Building Code, any kind of environmental provisions. So any kind of application for technical site plan has to meet these 5 criteria from section 2.05.05 of the LDC. In summary of in the staff report, staff had a recommendation or find that the proposed development complies with all the requirements of the land development code, the comprehensive plan, and it met the review criteria for the technical site plans as well. This item was heard by the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board on their meeting on March 18th. And there was no public participation during that project, and the Planning and Land sorry, a little tongue-tied there. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Board unanimously recommended approval of the project. And therefore, the recommendation that before you is that the City Council approve the application for the U-Haul Technical Site Plan Tier 3 application. The applicant is in attendance. They do have a short PowerPoint. And so I'll go ahead and we can call them up and I'll pull up their PowerPoint for them.
Good afternoon now. My name is Jimmy Jones with JB Pro, engineer, project manager for the project and representing U-Haul for this site. It's been a while, but we're certainly happy to be here today in front of council for you guys to hear us and bring this site forward. So real quickly, to echo some of the comments made by staff, this is a U-Haul project, so it's pretty imperative that it is a storage facility, moving and storage facility, as mentioned, 2 buildings, one for a warehouse and one for the storage units. This is phase 1 development plan now, so there are 2 and 3, which I'll show you later for future phases, but just here today is for phase 1. Internal circulation was a hot ticket item for us to make sure that the trucks on site for U-Haul coming in and out are appropriately looping the site, as well as stormwater and municipal connections. So here's the existing parcel. It's roughly 30 acres and at the westerly extent of Whiteview Parkway that abuts US 1. Quick site layout overview. So there's rental office buildings, truck and trailer parking, customer parking, and internal circulation. So here is the master phase that you've seen before. Just a couple items that I wanted to mention to the group. So the warehouse building is on your left side there, and the main storage unit with the 950 storage units is on the right side of this picture in front of you. So the connection to US 1 was coordinated with DOT and city staff to make sure that the circulation and that the trucks coming in and out of the site were sized appropriately. The other thing I wanted to point out here on this exhibit, on the very uppermost part of this site, there is a FEMA flood zone. So we did go through the flood study analysis to establish the base flood elevation that you see here on this site plan, and to make sure that our site does not encroach in that. Here's another exhibit of the dimension plan. As mentioned before, key items on this were to make sure DOT and city staff were happy with the layout. As far as the apron you see here, it looks a little bit wide, but that was the intent from DOT and city staff to make sure that the vehicles were entering and exiting.
Can I stop you real quick, just to ask a question about, so these two connections on the far left side of this parcel, those are going towards the future extension of Whiteview? Is that what that is?
That's correct, sir. So that 200-foot wide area was part of a right-of-way purchase agreement that the city's working on with U-Haul to extend Whiteview further west of US 1.
Yeah, it's just the road's going off the property, so I was just making sure where that's connected, so it's connecting to a potential future road.
Yep, and you'll see that right-of-way purchase agreement, while it was in the application, it's the next item in consent.
Yep. Okay, thank you, sorry.
So as mentioned, just again, site circulation was a big deal as coordinated with DOT and approved by DOT and city staff. Without going too far in the weeds with stormwater management details, essentially stormwater conveys through inlets and pipes. We have a basin 1 as our pretreatment, basin 2 to finish off the water quality and quality treatment criteria from the state, as approved by St. John's River Water Management District and city staff regulations. Here's a landscape plan again to make sure we're in conformance with the land development code, and also providing buffer and preservation on the site was relatively easy for this site since it's near 30 acres and we're not developing a large part of it. So we were able to very easily meet the preservation requirements and save a lot of trees on site. So in general, designed in accordance with the City of Palm Coast Land Development Code. I want to thank staff again for their guidance throughout the process. They were absolutely fantastic. We're able to propose connections to municipal utilities and extend some of those water mains and force main systems, and provide safe vehicular circulation and landscape buffering in compliance with the City of Palm Coast standard. With that, thank you, and I appreciate it. I'm here for questions or comments.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council?
I have a couple regarding traffic. I assume based on all the other storage units we've seen, there's going to be minimal impacts in terms of peak hours and trips and things like that. It appears that based on the diagram that we have, that there is no slow down / turn lane or XL lane coming out, which the only concern I have is heavily loaded trucks, right? Having to slow down and turn, as well as get out there onto US 1 traffic, going fast enough. So that's one thing. The other question I had based on FDOT, is there any intent here to request for a break in this median? Because it's right where that left turn lane to Whiteview is coming to. So I just want to make sure that, I know it adds convenience, but, and the only other alternative is to go down to the other park right north of there and do a U-turn or loop through to get back. But those left turns across that while traffic is also trying to heading south, taking a left. I just want to make sure that that's been thought about. Mr. Hanson, I don't know if you can.
Sure. And Jimmy, feel free to hop in too as I go. But as this project was reviewed by our transportation planning team, which it consists of our planning manager Fong, Win, and our traffic engineers up on the second floor. This particular project, as is with the dimension plan that you see in front of you, it appears that it's a right turn in, right turn out for the time being, with the potential addition of when Whiteview, the right-of-way for Whiteview is extended westward, the applicant would have a connection there as well to be able to loop through, which would then go to that intersection just the south of the site.
And if I might add too, just to clarify, so the apron you see there does look a little bit excessively wide, but I just want to touch on that just a tad. So what you're seeing there is not technically specified as a decel lane, but it's a widened turn-in apron so that they can get off the road a little bit sooner. So that was an important aspect that City of Palm Coast staff did mention to us, and we integrated into the plans, not only to satisfy City of Palm Coast, but also DOT. Same. So the median break will not be a part of this project or future phases right now. So as Mr. Hanson implied earlier, the future idea for this project is that westward expansion of Whiteview Parkway, which would allow that left turn movement from US 1 or a direct connection to Whiteview.
Yeah, I appreciate the larger apron, and I did notice that because I share the concern, not so much for an Excel lane, but definitely a decel lane. So the apron does make me feel a little bit better about that. My concern is with Whiteview. We're putting millions of dollars into safety improvements on that road right now. Just the interaction at that light, Whiteview and US 1, and where this is going, I don't know. I mean, I trust our engineers. I have concerns practically how this will affect traffic and the safety of that area.
Anything else for the council? Nothing? Motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move the approval of the resolution for the U-Haul Storage Facility, Palm Coast Technical Site Plan, Tier 3, application number 5979.
Second.
Got a second. Any further discussion? So this, I don't need to follow up with that. Any further discussion for the council? We'll open it up for public comment. Yes, sir, Mr. Amaral.
Just for clarification, I know this other part of this, but we did touch on it briefly during this. Will there be a section for the consent for the purchase of the right-of-way? Or do you want to discuss this now? Okay, I just wanted to make sure, it was kind of brought up, that's why.
Yeah, it's consent agenda item. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Darlene.
Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. If this parcel is zoned for commercial or light industrial use, then I applaud it because this is exactly where this type of development should be. It should not be part of a zone change in a residential area on a 2-lane road. It should be exactly here. I would like to know how many jobs may be created, and if there's any opportunity for Palm Coast to address the demands that will be placed on Whiteview. I know US 1 is not one of our roads, but there will be impacts on that road. If it is at all in your purview to demand an acceleration and a deceleration lane, I would implore you to do that, because a lot of these trucks are going to be oversized, heavily loaded, and what we've seen in the past in Palm Coast is a cart before the horse kind of mentality, where build it first and address the turn lanes at some point in the future, and that obviously doesn't work. So if it is in your purview, I would ask you to demand that for safety, to prevent any accidents or folks from getting rear-ended, as was my concern for these types of things on historic Old Kings Road, where they do not belong. This is a perfect place for it. Hopefully we can get some jobs out of it. For public benefit and in full transparency, it would be nice that the public can see what the rest of this is going to look like. As this is apparently phase 1, that would be helpful in everyday folks being able to form an opinion on what this might be, in the full picture of what's coming, and whether or not it would be beneficial to your tax-paying residents in Palm Coast. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Hanson, go back to this shows the different phases, please. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. So phase 2, I don't know if you can see it, Ms. Shelley, I'm assuming that's RV and vehicle parking. That's phase 2?
Sir, if I could clarify, RV vehicle parking for boats, RVs, and then flanking on the south and the west side and the north side of it are proposed garages. Now, that's conceptual in nature, as that's part of the phase 2, so that may change when the applicant comes in for second phase, but that's kind of what they're showing right now.
All right, so that's an illustration of the phases, Ms. Shelley. Anything else from the council? The way it is right now, Mr. Hanson, do you foresee any problems with deselling to get in there coming from the north?
As I've explained, I'm not a transportation planner by means, but I've gained a lot as I'm a generalist. As it's currently phased for right in, right out, the fact that this is self-storage facilities are typically one of the lesser traffic generators. A lot of us have storage units that we might only go to maybe once every couple of weeks if we're lucky, and at that. Otherwise, a lot of times we might not go for a month. So as clients go in to acquire these storage units, when it does come on the line, traffic is typically light. It's been accounted for with the trip generation report that they submitted with the application and reviewed by our transportation team. The fact that where the extension for Whiteview Parkway would be, that intersection with Whiteview and US 1 is already signalized. So that's, as it turns red, that's controlling and starting to cause traffic to decelerate already onto US 1, or on US 1 as is. So with the widened turning radius onto the site, based on staff's review, our transportation team didn't have any objections with how the applicant has laid it out currently.
Thank you, sir. I don't think there's much, at the time being. In the future, there may be issues, but I don't think there's any now, especially once.
There'll likely be more traffic in the event that that extension for Whiteview ever gets completed and linked to somewhere.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the council? Ms. Cook, call to vote.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to the consent agenda. Does anyone have any issues with the consent agenda items 1 through 6?
If I just, may I have a second, Mayor?
We just so the public's aware, they do have a bomb threat out at FPC.
FPC has one, yep.
Since we just finished talking about that U-Haul, that consent item 1 concerns that, and so I would think we maybe just talk about that some. And
Do you have anything?
item 2 also is significant, consent item 2. Maybe some thoughts on that.
Mr. Hanson, you got anything on the consent for the right-of-way?
I have with me Virginia Smith, who has extensive history on that right-of-way item, so she might be able to address any questions that you may have.
So we need to make a motion to pull specifically.
We don't have to. We're just discussing.
Okay.
Ms.
So,
Virginia, go
Mayor,
right ahead.
City Council, Virginia Smith, Land Management Administrator, in concert with the project for U-Haul Company of Florida, staff had asked them to provide 200 feet of right-of-way that would align with the Whiteview Boulevard for future roadway into our western expansion areas. So we went and got an appraisal for that to negotiate the price out. It's going to be $280,000 in cash to U-Haul Company of Florida, and then $220,000 with impact fee credits for future use for them.
Anything else?
No, I just want to make sure everybody understands what that is. And it's, okay, and then on the second one, this is tied into the Loop Road, and I would at least like to see there wasn't a graphic in the package that I got, just showing exactly where this Phase 3 is.
What you got?
So
Carl?
the extent basically take Palm Coast Parkway west over the tracks, and then it turns and loops up, and it terminates roughly at Hargrove Grade. The agreements are written between the various phases, more tied to the funding limitations as opposed to a specific station point. But basically, that's the rough approximation. Is the design is going to take us to where Hargrove Grade ends now currently.
And how are we going to pay for this Phase 3?
This is 100% DOT funded.
Well, that's part of the that's what I was a little unsure about. It's part of the original.
This is one of the appropriations. This is the last
This is
agreement.
just approving the pass-through, basically, right?
Yeah, correct.
I would like to have seen a graphic. I'd like to see exactly what we're talking about. It's okay. I know what you're talking about.
It'll be wherever that money runs out. That's where it's going to go.
You know what I'm talking about. For in
Yes.
general, it's nice to see what
So you can see what it looks
we're
like.
going to spend. It's going to cost. How much is the money to do this?
Geez, I don't remember the specific grant. Was this one the $31.5 million? I don't remember the exact dollars.
I mean, it's a lot of money, and so
Right. It's very, the first part, obviously the road, the bridge going over the tracks is very expensive because we're starting the northern one. This has some wetlands in there. We have to purchase right away. So we're working on the alignment. We have a rough alignment laid out, but we still need to identify there's a well in there, there's wetlands, there's, additional property we have to purchase. So the exact alignment and how it loops around, I think that former hospital property sits in there. So there's a lot of components that have to be worked out on how we get to the tracks and over the tracks, and then whether we provide connection to Hargrove Grade or those cul-de-sacs. And so there's a lot of things that we'll be working through this process, but this is going to allow us to buy that right away, have the alignment laid out, have the plans, work with FEC and agreement, have things in place. So, we won't have enough money to build the whole segment with the dollars allocated. That's why this agreement took longer, because we had to write it in a way such that we only have to go as far as until the money runs out.
And people
So we're
have
not on
to,
the hook for additional costs.
people,
i.e.
I think people need to understand that, and I've said it before, that loop road is not fully funded.
Right.
It's not fully funded. So anything else, Councilman?
Well, I mean, I
Hang
just-
around, Carl, just in case.
It's part of the deal. It's just that the money is going to become the big issue.
Exactly.
Loop Road
Well, but-
and impact fees and things like that.
Yes, sir.
To the point, though, the agreement from our end is written in a way that does not compel us to complete it.
Correct.
Right, at our cost. So it's incumbent upon us to ensure that the rest of that is there from somewhere else.
Yes, sir. Anything else? Do you have something, Vice Mayor?
I do. I have a question on number 3. I see this is a 3-year term with 1 3-year extension. Being that we're talking about items that are going to cost or require fuel and things that we've seen fluctuate as far as expenses go, are we confident that it's a fixed price contract for what could be essentially 6 years?
There's no escalators built in.
There's no escalators built in, yeah. Are we confident this will cover?
So we're confident for the first 3-year period, and we can reassess on the extension and renegotiate at that time.
Okay, thank you.
We have the right to refuse the extension. Okay.
Thank you.
Is that it, Vice Mayor? Yes, sir.
On item 4, I got there's a lot of backup on item 4 if you went through it. I just wanted to make sure that at the end of the background, there's some big dollars that that's not, I just want to make sure it's between 50,000 and $1 million.
It's more of a.
As far as what we can, okay. Because there was like a $21 million number at the end of that.
That's the Houston contract.
Right.
Piggybacking.
Okay, just want to make sure we're in our, okay.
Anything else?
Mr. Mayor, move approval of the consent agenda.
We got a motion to approve. Second?
Second.
We got a second. Any further discussion from the council? We'll open this up for public comment. Anyone have any comments concerning the consent agenda?
Good afternoon, Tony Amaral, Palm Coast. Consent agenda 1 with the purchase of the land for right-of-way. I want to thank staff for having the forethought of thinking of this. But at the end of the day, you own it, you fix it, you maintain it, it will be your baby. Just looking at the surveys from the previous plot that they were given, it's a 9-foot drop from the front of the road where it meets US 1 to the back, which means it's in wetlands. You can see it on the maps that were before. We're already paying essentially $500,000 for this. That will end up costing us millions because, you know, we do a engineering test, it'll be $200 and something thousand for that. Then by the time we actually program it, get it in there, and we've already given up $220,000 in impact fees, where does it stop? Like, and then why are we not extending Palm Coast, according to the property appraisers, and I know it's not always accurate, but Palm Coast owns the lot just to the south. There's like a 100-foot gap that will be Palm Coast right-of-way, land that belongs to U-Haul, which is fine, and then Palm Coast land, and I keep saying phase 2 or phase, I can't find it right now, I apologize, but can we incorporate just getting that 100 feet so that we can actually have one continuous piece that will actually tie into property we already own? I think it's just something to think about because we, the city, are increasing the value of that landlocked piece of land behind it. We, to build this right-of-way, will have to pay for the wetland mitigation that's there. It's already shown on your maps. We'll have to do the engineering. We will do anything, and it will dead end in a parcel that is privately owned that would now have access that they didn't have before. So I just want you to take a look at that, and maybe we can adjust the price because we are going to have millions of dollars to do that right of way by the time it's all said and done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-ups on, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Shelley? You just sit right there. That way you don't have to go so far.
I'm right here, Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. Just a few more clarifications. I'm gonna have to put these on, and I apologize that they're my sunglasses. I recently read that piggybacking Does that take away the limitations on the amounts of money that we're talking about? I believe I read that, and if that's the case, that might be a concern. By entering into a piggyback agreement, are we alleviating our limitations on the amounts of money that are involved? Second question is regarding the Whiteview. If that's where the flyover is going to be off of Whiteview, we do have 2 flyovers out there. I just want to ensure that we're hearing that they're going to be funded by FDOT grants, and that's great because I wouldn't expect Palm Coast taxpayers to be put on the hook for paying for that. That said, FDOT monies are, in fact, tax money that we have paid in, not just Palm Coast, but everyone. So I'm not certain that that is the best use of our tax money for a flyover that benefits none of the current residents of Palm Coast. Now, I realize that there's billions of dollars here in play for the development of westward expansion, but none of my friends and neighbors were given that option, nor were we given the option of how our tax dollars are used for funding. Personally, I believe FDO funding should go to enhancing our roads. My old Kings Road is a 2-lane road that was supposed to be 4-laned at least a decade ago, and that could have been done with FDOT dollars. But instead, these dollars, millions of dollars, are being allocated for westward expansion that does nothing for the current residents of Palm Coast, and in fact can be a severe detriment to our wetlands, to our water supply, to flooding concerns, and the list goes on and on. So I implore you to look at all of the impacts of the cost and help the current residents of Palm Coast afford to live here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, Mr. Webb.
Mark Webb, Palm Coast. I noticed that in the consent under I-6 is the hastily, quickly revision of the agenda itself to move the consent to further up, which makes perfect sense, especially in the evenings when it's late. I've sat here for hours with the rest of you. But I fail to see that you don't even consider what my request had been about moving the public comment to the actual end of the meeting. I have sit here many, many times and listened to very interesting, appropriate conversations and things brought on by you after the public comment is closed, with no ability for the citizens to address or bring up issues, whether it be a plethora of things that you guys like to bring up. So I've requested this before. I've actually walked up here at the beginning of the following meeting to continue the conversation, because the whole intent of this meeting is to meet the sunshine laws and to have public participation, get it on the record so that we can partner with you and be aware of what's going on. So again, I ask you to consider allowing for the citizens. Obviously, there may be 1 or 2 of us here at the end of a 4-hour, 6-hour meeting, but being transparent and allowing the citizens to walk up and respond to comments that were made by you guys when you're meeting your due diligence by bringing up and talking about conversations or funding or budgets or things which are all really good. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? If not, I'll bring it back to the dais. Carl, can you follow up on any of this with the U-Haul and the price of the right-of-way Can you speak articulately about that? How do we come to those prices and that relief on impact fees?
I believe there's at least one appraisal done that was done through Virginia and her staff, and it came in at $700,000. I think we negotiated the price down to $500,000. And so this is just to have something in place. They worked around that property so we could have this potential, because you know what stemmed the need to try and acquire this right away was, you know, we have our main east-west connectors, and at Matanzas, when Sawmill developed and they put it in their activity center, you know, we had to jog Matanzas to get over the tracks, and we're able to luckily still find vacant land to find a path. So basically, we just are trying to earmark some lands for a path. You know, I just dug up the property appraiser's website, and I didn't see that 100-foot strip of land. I don't see any city-owned property near on US 1 adjacent to Whiteview. So, and that landlocked property, I think, also has connection to Otis Stone Hunter Road, so it's not really landlocked. But either way, there was an appraisal done. We're paying less than appraised value.
All right, thank you, sir. Did anybody else say anything for Carl? We good on that?
Not for Carl. I just wanted to respond. Mr. Webb, I just disagree with your request, that's all. So I know you've been asking. I just, you know, since I've been in this seat, I have continuously advocated for more public comment. I think we've infused more public comment into the meetings since I was elected, and I believe in that. But I also think that after an entire meeting, when we get through everything, that it is appropriate that council comments followed by legal counsel comments and city manager comments should conclude the meeting. But thank you for the suggestion.
Yeah, I would say that those are typically house cleaning items, and just letting the community know about events that are coming up like that. But Mr. Webb, you may not be here, but the next council, we may relook it, but I don't think it's going to happen during this one. I'm sorry, what are you at?
So I was just going to add on that. So this council is only required to have public comment when you take official action. You guys go above and beyond. You have a public comment at the start, you have a public comment at the end, and you have a public comment for each individual agenda item, even for workshops when it's not required. And if anything ever comes up, because I believe there was one time that I brought something up during my attorney comment, you then went out for public comment on that item. So just reminding the public, you guys do go above and beyond the statutory requirement.
Yeah, but it's not really about anything about transparency. We're being as transparent as we can be, and we're getting as much input as we can. I just wish we could get more people in here. Meetings might run longer, but public participation, and that's what we have. I don't like using the term, it is what it is. It can't be what it ain't. But we do the best we can. I think we've done very well, and we are. I think this council has been very user-friendly. We are taking the input and trying to do the best we can. And we have just turned on a dime and made decisions from public input. We've changed our minds on certain issues. So anything else in the council regarding those issues? Yes, sir.
There was comments about the appropriations and how they should be used for other things. And it's just, that's state appropriations. So they're not flexible in that way that we can decide to use them for something else that we see fit. So just for clarity on that any of those appropriations for the Loop Road have to go to the Loop Road and can't be changed to be used for something else. I do agree that those are our monies that went there, and that's why we always advocate for appropriations every year to try to get some of that stuff back. But again, it's kind of a state decision. So if there's a disagreement in some of the appropriations and how they're being designated, so to speak, there's the TPO, there's FDOT, there's our state reps that we can advocate to, but we don't decide those things in terms of that. We can advocate, which is what I try to do in terms of roads, but aside from that, if they designate money for a specific project, it either goes to that project or it goes back to the state.
And for the general public, a lot of people don't know. They just hear the Loop Road opening up for development. Well, there's a means to the madness for the state, and the reason, one of the large reasons they designated that money and gave it to the city is because they're opening up, and it's already in the works, up north it's already going on. 2209, County Road 2209 is going to run from Jacksonville down to Orlando. The good part for us, and the reason the state's doing it, is if there's an accident out on 95, and it, say between Old Dixie Highway and Matanzas or US 1, if there's a fatality, they shut down traffic both directions. And there will be spurs that are coming off that loop road to go north and south to get to Orlando or Jacksonville. So they're opening up another avenue for evacuation and easier flow of traffic within the state by doing that. Now, if you agree with what's going on out there as far as development, that's another thing. But the state is about maneuverability in the state and lanes of ingress and egress. Did I cover that fairly well?
Yeah, you did, and Mr. Mayor, and, you know, it's supposed to dump out, you know, right before the St. Johns River Bridge, right there in DeBerry, you know, right before you go over the bridge into Seminole County. So it cuts out having to go all the way down to Daytona and across on I-4, where we all know people that, you know, have died on that stretch, you know, and so it's a good thing for the state overall.
I think DeBerry's also advocating for another crossover there as well, instead of having to jump on I-4. They've been, at least for a while, with TPO and FDOT.
So it's really long-term strategic planning by the state as far as transportation corridors within the state. That's all I can say about it. And I was, you know, when this whole thing about the westward expansion, when it was big 3 or 4 years ago, you know, I was kind of leery, but I know what the state's intent is with those lanes for transportation. I get it. I really get it. So now as far as what we do with development's another story and how it affects our city. Anything else? We have one more public participation. We're open up our final public.
We need a vote on the consent.
Oh, consent, I'm sorry. Any further questions on consent items? Ms. Cook, call a vote.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
No.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. We're going to open up our final public comment, item J. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Shelley.
Final comment, Darlene Shelley. For the reasons you just stated, Mayor Norris, the fact that there are so many terrible accidents on the stretch of I-95 between our Palm Coast exits as they are now, and I would expect that would get worse as we're talking about more off-ramps. I understand that we pay folks to go and there's a word for it escaping my mind, that you send folks to advocate for the things that we want to spend money on. And in the past, I assume that was, we sent those advocates to Tallahassee to ask for money for westward expansion. In the same vein that you're talking about the dangerous stretch of I-95 and creating a safety hazard on our north-south corridors on Old Kings Road and Belterre, which is an immense safety hazard, because when that happens, and it happens frequently, and I've been coming to this dais to ask for help with that, because I saw the gridlock on Old Kings Road and the fact that residents of Toscana and Hidden Lakes could not get out of their development, cross over that canal bridge. So it's a serious safety concern. But we're sending delegates to ask for money for westward expansion when we know this has been a safety concern for at least a decade. In fact, Old Kings Road had a special funding to do 4 lanes for that road, and yet it never happened. But the northern part of Old Kings Road is happening. All of these roundabouts to westward expansion are happening. What about the safety of the residents of Palm Coast, the residents along Old Kings Road, the residents along Belterre? And every single day there is a terrible accident on Belterre. where bicyclists are getting hit. Folks on electric bikes are getting hit. The speeding is out of control. Folks are changing lanes without directional signals. And I'm imploring with you to get more active policing along these roads before more of our residents and children are killed. We pay dearly for our police presence here, and I applaud them, and they are our heroes, but I would like to see more active policing so we can get these situations under control and eliminate the accidents that are happening every single day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups?
I got some.
Yes, sir.
I watched the meeting where the previous council discussed the lobbyists and, you know, the lobbying efforts, and the entire council said that they did not request anybody to fund the loop road in any way. So this city council certainly wasn't even involved in that, so I'm not sure. You know, I can't speak for other people, but at the time, that's what they said. The second thing is that currently there's a Belle Terre safety project underway that's adding turn lanes, closing off hazardous intersections. The Palm Coast Parkway is being resurfaced to include additional turn lanes at trouble areas like Pine Lakes. This council approved design for Old Kings South 2A, which is the stretch between Town Center and Palm Coast Parkway. We also approved an interim fix to the intersection of Royal Palms, as well as the intersection of Old Kings and Town Center. Old Kings North 2A is funded by state appropriations that were requested by a previous council and received, and is about to commence as well. So there's a long list of safety improvement projects that are underway that, you know, are not being skipped or ignored. And honestly, I've been here for a year and a half, and at the podium you just said that you've been here requesting help on Old King South 2A. It's the first I've heard of it from you, so I'm not really sure when you've been requesting that help or demanding it, because this council has actually taken action, approved design, approved fixes for it. So I get frustrated when every single agenda item is a problem, right? If you're not for anything, what are you for? So if we can stop with the misinformation, incorrect stuff being said up here that's not true, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Just really briefly, Mayor, to the appropriations I asked for water. I continue to ask for water. I think we all have asked for water. So to whomever is listening, we still need water. We still need water capacity. We still need help with water. But I don't think we're in that boat, no pun intended, alone. So I am confident this go around we'll get some, hopefully, stormwater and wastewater relief. And I think we also did ask for more road improvements and safety improvements, not have anything to do with westward expansion. So I think this council has continued to be focused on the things that our public has voiced desire and concern for, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Anything else for the council? Just follow up on.
Yeah, I would just say this, just in general, in my experience, there are always things that we'd like to do, and that's our job up here, is to prioritize. That's what we do. And I think Councilman Miller has made the point that we have taken on a lot of these issues and tried to fund what we could, but there's always going to be more things that we'd like to do, and there just simply is not enough funding to get them done. But our job is to do the prioritization across the whole sphere of things we need to do. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Anything?
Yeah, I would just say, Mr. Mayor, and to this team, you know, I'm proud to be serving on this council, that although we have our disagreements, we as a team have tackled a plethora of issues, from, you know, commercial vehicles to paint house colors to tackling the biggest, you know, infrastructure challenge that we had. And it was a hard one to make, and we made those hard decisions. So to say that this council is not taking action is just a false statement. And you know, we will continue to work. For those of us that will serve on this council through November, we'll continue to run through the tape. That's it. I mean, it's the only way I know how to serve, and I know the same for my colleagues here. And we're going to continue to take action to make the right, hard decisions for our community and our city.
Thank you, sir. We're moving on to item K, discussion of matters not on the agenda. City council matters not on the agenda. Anyone have anything?
I got a few things for the upcoming week. So I have TPO tomorrow, so we'll report back to you guys based on the stuff on that agenda. Songwriters is starting Thursday, I believe, at 4:30 at Daytona State at the little amphitheater there, which is a great venue. Celebrate Trails Day is 11 a.m. Waterfront Park, which was already mentioned earlier, as well as Arbor Day the next Saturday at Central Park at 9 a.m. And then on to the sports update. So Gator Gymnastics came in third in the country to end the season. UF softball took 2 out of 3 from Auburn, but baseball lost 2 out of 3 from Auburn. So an even bigger announcement is Tommy Ha, All-American, just announced during the meeting that he's returning to Florida for his senior year.
Go Gators.
Yes, another run at a title. There we go. Go Gators.
Vice Mayor?
Just one thing for me, Mayor. I just want to thank staff and our community for coming out and for putting on Tunnel to Towers. It was another great year, great turnout, great support for that event in remembrance of 9/11 and all of those that we lost on that day and continue to lose just from repercussions that our first responders and their families continue to incur because of 9/11. So thank you again to our community and to our staff for putting so much care into that event.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Sullivan?
No, just the Songwriters is a big deal here in town. One of the bigger events we have for entertainment, and I hope everybody will be out, at least part of it. Some of it's free, some of it's ticketed, so everybody has access.
Thank you,
Can
sir.
I add something to add? Songwriters, I don't think a lot of people understand the concept. So you have all these famous songs out there, right, that some star sang. Well, for the most part, somebody else wrote those. And so these are the writers of those songs that are coming to perform them for us, even though you might know them as a song from some famous singer. So that's kind of the concept there of how that works.
They also put on like a forum for like kids how to learn to write songs and stuff like that.
So they're advocating for the continued growth of that profession. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Gambaro?
To that point, you know the country song "Hard to Love" by Lee Brice, right? It was written by now the late Kelly Pickler's late husband, but her husband came to Afghanistan on Christmas Day and performed the song, and it was so impactful knowing that he was the one that wrote the song, right? So to your point, yeah, it's going to be a great event. Mr. Mayor and to the community at large and everybody that helped put together Tunnels to Tower this week, it was a great time. My son and I enjoyed participating in the 5K, and my son's been around a lot of color guards, and he had a ton of compliments for our color guard team that just did a great presentation. I mean, it's this community just comes together on things that are really important, and it's, you know, although we have a lot of differences, it's great to see, you know, almost 500 of our residents come together, and folks from out of town. There was a gentleman, a young kid from Oviedo that ran for our fallen heroes that they got recognized as well. So, but hey, Chief in the back there, that the team did a great job, and Brittany and I know Patrick has also been a big part of it, but now it's being turned over kind of to operations, if you would, to Parks and Rec. But the Parks and Rec team, James, did a great job as well. So, really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Patsy Cline's "Crazy." Who wrote that song? Willie Nelson. Did you guys know that? All right, I don't have anything. Mr. Attorney Man, matters not on the agenda?
Nothing for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. City Manager?
Yes, sir, just a couple of catch-ups from the meeting. So out of the building department, we currently have 4 building inspector vacancies and 1 permit clerk vacancy. We are recruiting one of the building inspectors as activity is picked up. and inspection workloads now exceed current staffing levels. We do not plan to fill the remaining 4 vacancies at this time. And there was also the discussion about the transportation impact fees, the huge jump in that. So planning manager Nguyen, actually those were loaded in for Walmart and the associated parcels with that. So that's why you saw that spike in that one particular line item. Outside of that, thank you, and special thanks to this fantastic team that we do have, and we appreciate all your support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything else? Any alibis?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
What is written? Okay.